gotta keep it real. Gotta take you out, gotta tell you how I feel. And show you that this game is for real. Cause I know that you're in love, you're looking for a star. Walked all this way to find a man with a car. Hanging at the bar, champagne, caviar. No, you never seen a nigga like this. Like this. You never seen a nigga like this. Like this. Girl, you never seen a nigga like this. Like this. You never seen a nigga like this. Like this. Girl, you never seen a nigga like this. So quit it, you spend seconds, hours, minutes working on your fitness for a nigga to witness. Go quit it, I ain't tripping. You ain't the baddest bitch I'll ever meet. The homie said he already be in the backseat of a Honda Jeep. So the whole shit you can really keep him so cold on him, so cold on him. Few homies in the feds, cause bitch niggas done told on him. Seen them boys in the streets and did a lot more than just stole on them. Niggas know the pan when they feel the heat of that stove on them. Send the hell the Lord don't want them. Funny girls from church Sunday morning. Saturday was out hoeing. Show me a worthy opponent. Show me a match. No nigga, I'll face mine. Now my mind, no hang time. That's MJ on the baseline. Girl, I know that you're in love. You're looking for a star. Walked all this way to find a man with a car. Hanging at the bar, champagne, caviar. No, you never seen a nigga like this.
Wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, this is recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling super sour and bionic glue. And got Superman powers with a trash new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects. And Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects. And Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects. And Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects. And Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects. And Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. John Dillinger shit. Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects. And Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects. And Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. John Dillinger shit. Niggas in the hood wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, this is a recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling super sour and bionic glue. And got Superman powers when I'm scratched new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects. And Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga.
Good evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. Lady Chase should be joining us here shortly. She wakes up from her little nap. And we are joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, who is reporting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Sin City.
Greetings.
Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
And on tonight's
yes, sir. Greetings to you. Where we are coming from.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay, just giving some more updates on that.
Okay.
Just giving some.
Hold on, Shabaka. On this evening's season 3, episode 21, part 1 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing Tangibles 2023, the Tangibles 2024. Then the latest mass shooting that happened earlier this evening. 3 killed in racially motivated shooting at Dollar General in Jacksonville, Florida.
Right, Florida, right.
Former President of the United States, Donald Trump, aka the Dump, arrested in Fulton County Jail on Thursday, inmate number P011-35809. Quickest booking ever, 20 minutes tops. Stephen Reed, re-elected mayor of Montgomery, Alabama. What the hell are y'all doing, Montgomery? First Republican presidential debate on Wednesday. Vertrek, whatever the hell his damn name is, aka Ramen Noodles.
Top Ramen Noodles is quoting brother man.
Gets that work. Republican.
Then you had that. Okay, you had the panties. You had the house Negro up there, Uncle Tim Scott. You also had Bill Christie, the former governor of New Jersey.
They were missing one house.
And I'm gonna say, Tim Scott. Yeah.
No, they were missing one.
Shit.
They were supposed to have 2 house niggas up there.
Oh, really? Wait a minute. Yeah, the other house nigga. Yeah, they didn't look at. That idiot lawyer out of Los Angeles. Yeah, Larry Elders. Yeah. Okay, that brain dead ass Negro. Yeah, and then I saw his colleague, another ass scratching, sorry ass sack of shit, by the name of Leo Terrell. Don't know what he was talking about. Nor do I really give a good goddamn. The thing that I'm pissed off about is what happened down there in Jacksonville, Florida, just a few hours ago. And when I mean just a few hours ago, I'm talking about within the last 10 hours. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that, Shabaka. I'm just going through the topics real quick. Larry Elders not allowed to participate in the first RNC debate in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He is suing the RNC now. Young black child, age 10, arrested peeing outside of his mom's car after being told by a police officer he could relieve himself. And Unhoused Neighbor News and Unhoused Neighbor Sweets. Shout out to the viewers. We appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the page. So we're gonna start off with the tangible, Shabaka.
Oh, absolutely.
The computer just doesn't start acting up again.
Yeah, and then
I sent the invite. Yes.
Okay.
I sent the invite to Juice, so he might pop in. I don't know. It's pretty late where he's at.
Okay, good. We'll be happy to have him. Okay, and then later on Tuesday night on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, 6 p.m. in the Pacific time zone, 7 p.m. in the Mountain time zone, 8 p.m. Central time, 9 p.m. in the Eastern time. And the subject is going to be, when will the mental dead be resurrected? Okay, it's because if you're black in America and if you are not pissed off what happened down there in Florida, something is wrong with you. I'm making it plain. Okay, it's because you got to look at the political fervor that is going on down there with the panties. And then, of course, you got the dump as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, okay? And I'm going to keep emphasizing on that is because of what it is, Black family. We are all we got. We got to come together academically. We got to come together economically. We got to come together domestically. And I'm going to say it. We got to come together militarily. Period. This is the point of no return. We do not have a choice. If any Black person is not upset about what happened down there in Florida, something that's wrong with you, because we need to be more pissed off than white folks was December 7th, 1941 at Pearl Harbor. And keep in mind that Pearl Harbor or Hawaii was not even a state then. Okay, but we've been in this damn place, man, going on 400 years. We get some of the most inhumane treatment. They mock us. They play us for stupid. They project us from these damn jigaboo movies out of Los Angeles and Hollywood.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of Black actors are losing their jobs as AI is going to be taking over the movie industry. Then, not to mention, of all the knowledges of science and technology that was stolen from Black people, all the way from the beginning of time, all the way up to the hidden figures of when the United States had the space program of the 1960s. And those 3 Black women right there, if it wasn't for them, none of those damn Gemini or Apollo projects would not have worked. You see, right. And all 3 of those sisters are in their 90s now. They're in their twilight years, and we need to get our science, technology, engineering, and mathematics curriculums together for our children. And Black family, we have to do this here on our own. The school system in the whole United States is garbage, is junk. Right. They got motherfuckers going in there, man, confused about what sex they are. Okay, he's sitting up here telling us to be more sympathetic with a homosexual who's getting a dick up his ass, as opposed to the damn police who are murdering our people. Now you got civilian white folk murdering our people, like down in Florida with the old white lady killing the children's mother. Okay, now you got this bastard who went there today. You see what I'm saying? And killed.
They have a release.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. He's another painting. Another Dylan Roof.
Oh yes.
Another Dylan Crebo.
Yes.
All that shit. Yeah. They keep trying to say it. So
another Derek Wilson. Okay, well, sir, what we have to look at, man, is some facts right here. Okay, the facts is that the dump as
hold on.
Shit.
Hold on, Shabaka. We're gonna get to the dump here soon enough, but first things first, we got to get to the tangibles. So.
Absolutely. Okay, get it back. Go ahead.
Our good brother Tariq Nasheed, our good FBA brother Tariq Nasheed, came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that foundational Black Americans, the people that built this country, were going to demand from the political system. So back then, it was 2020. The presidential election was in 2020, and the next one is in 2024. So nothing has changed except a year. Everything else remains the same.
Right.
So I'm going to change 2020 to 2024. The 2020
and then
hold on, Shabak, I got to read this real quick. The 2024 presidential elections are coming up, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. Lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundation of Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups that often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundation of Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2023, it's Tangibles 2023. And next year, when the next presidential election is, it'll be Tangibles 2024. All the way up to 2100, Black family. Demand something tangible for your vote. The days are over of them fear mongering us.
Absolutely.
To get our booty to the polls and all that other madness. No, if we're going to get our booty to the polls, we're going to get something tangible out of the deal. And I'm not talking about no goddamn catfish dinners and butter biscuits like they were giving out COVID. So I'm talking about reparations, $1 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people. An anti-Black hate crime bill.
And land and factors of production that we need for ourselves.
Well, as I've stated previously, Shabaka, we can buy land with money. So I don't trust this government to give us fertile land to do anything on.
Okay.
With money, we can buy that. But the thing is, we need to have a military structure of some sort in place to defend that. But you can have land that come over.
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. And even more so, what's going on with these casual killings of Black people in the history of this country ever since they were brought here. Okay, and we appreciate Sarge, guest hosting last Friday on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Yes, Sarge, you really made the show. We appreciate that. Definitely a shout out there to Brother Juice, who'll be joining us on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. He has an open invitation. Definitely donate to the hashtag that you see up there for brother parents, to keep these platforms afloat. Is because we've been digging in our pockets, Black family. You know what I'm saying? It's because we believe in this cause and what have you. We're asking the whole African diaspora to help us. Is because this is the only media, Black media, where you're going to hear the truth about ourselves, by ourselves, and off of what we research. Ramen Noodles, he can go get fucked in his ass in the presidential election. The dump, let him walk the concrete. We know he won't. To the state of Florida, recall your goddamn governor. You know what I'm saying? He is sick. Uncle Tim Scott, we just feel sorry for you, brother, because you're gone. But we'll be damned if we're going to sit up there and let your bubble-eyed, stymie-looking, raggedy ass be misled that you represent us. Also, too, that fat sack of shit out of New Jersey, Doug Christie. You, Doug Christie, the reason why I have a problem with you is because of what you perpetuated what happened in your state in May of 1973. There was tainted evidence in that case, and we all know who we're talking about, Tupac's auntie. He's going in that case and what have you. And then Barack Obama. We're very, very upset with you in regard to the Queen Mother. You are a Black man. You had the power to drop those charges against her. You could have simply ordered that case to be opened up at a federal level, but you didn't. You were more worried about a homosexual getting a dick up his ass. And that is sad.
Yep.
That is very,
to hell with all sound.
Yeah, exactly. That was very sad. And then to Madam Vice President, Kamala Harris, ma'am, you were a sorry district attorney in San Francisco. You are a worser attorney general in California. You wasn't shit as a United States senator from California, and you simply are not shit as the vice president. And to grade you, Madam Vice President, I respect your position and what you could do and all that, but you deserve a whole bunch of fucking F's. It's because you, as the Attorney General, man, let black people
on the studio again.
Okay, what happened? What happened? The studio collapsed. Okay, well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical difficulties right here. Okay, as I was saying, and I'll continue this. We're waiting for our host, Brother Chad Krumer, to get back. It's because, once again, they're screwing with our algorithms, as they always do. Okay.
Yeah, but, been for a month now.
Okay, what happened now?
The computer keeps freezing up.
Okay, all right. So what it is algorithms, Brother Parrish. That they throw in the monkey wrench in the Front Line Blacc news. Okay, that simply means that we're getting somewhere. It's because this is the truth. They don't want told, and also too, as I was saying, Madam Vice President, you were not shit at.
Damn it. Why do you keep freezing up?
They were supposed to be getting out and have those charges dismissed against them, okay? So, and also too, Madam Vice President, you need to go to Los Angeles to pick up your Academy Award of that prepackaged bullshit that you showed from Corey Island at the point of no return.
Okay, finish up with the tangibles, Shabaka.
Oh, yes, sir. And then we need the tangibles with land, education, and we need tangibles all the way to 2100 from 2024.
We need money, Shabaka.
Exactly. We need money, and we need factors of production, and we need the 4 factors of production is land, labor, capital, with risk management. And what we need is some non-miseducated fools, okay, or I should say some non-miseducated people, scratch my last term, to get rid of these miseducated fools who sit up there and perpetuate this bullshit that the only way for us to get ahead is to sit up there and love our oppressor. We cannot do that, okay? And what happened down there in the state of Florida today proves this, just like what and South Carolina proved it, just like Timothy McVeigh proved it. The fervor
like Dylan Klebold and his partner, I can't remember his name right now. Columbine.
Exactly. And then just like what happened to with Trayvon Martin with George Zimmerman. You see what I mean? I mean, you white supremacists kill us. The courts back you up. Okay, so we are having here, right here, ladies and gentlemen, a government sanctions of the murder of unarmed black people.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. So,
and then a shout out, and let me say this here, Brother Che, just one last couple of sentences. And we want to give a shout out to our sister at Trisha's Lounge, Sister Trisha DeDeal.
Yeah.
Wahid is because she had posted what J. Edgar Hoover had stated in 1966, where Hoover had stated that the greatest threat to white America was the organization of the Negroes, rather if it was the civil rights movement, rather if it was the Black Empowerment era, okay, and Race Book flagged her information as false information, but in actuality, the information she shared was factual. Okay, see, this is another problem with this goddamn artificial intelligence, is because these warp-minded individuals will sit up there pre-programming this shit, and then when you don't dig, or when
shit, did it kick me out again?
that you back so whiny much and take it and wipe your ass with it, is because you have in violation with your hypocrisy of the freedom of speech. But you give these hate mongers and these dumpsters free speech. But as soon as Black people, foundational Black Americans, African Americans, descendants of Africa, the original people, happy when we come up here and we drop these truths on you, then all of a sudden we're going against community standard. Then all of a sudden, you know, you're offending somebody. But I get highly offensive when I see a damn grown man comes on social media with a 5 o'clock shadow telling me that he is a woman. He cannot menstruate, he cannot bear children. And what they're trying to put up there to say that they could give birth out the crack of their ass is a fucking YouTube. Period. Straight out.
Insanity. So.
Oh, absolutely. And they're trying to normalize insanity. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Sabaka already alluded to it. Black family. Three Black people that were killed in a racially motivated shooting at a Dollar General in Jacksonville, Florida, in the Panties, the Satan land.
Yeah. Shooter at a Dollar General store in Florida, multiple people dead. A gunman opens fire in Jacksonville, shooting those inside. The mayor confirming there are multiple fatalities. The powerful moment, neighbors gather for a prayer service. Unprecedented wildfires across the South as temperatures soar. Parts of Louisiana on fire. An entire town of 1,000 people told to evacuate. Plus the tropical storm forming in the Caribbean. A state of emergency just declared in Florida. Thousands turn out for the 60th anniversary of the launch of the new mission they're marching for.
That's the ancestor.
Shoplifting crackdown. How one city is going to stop thieves by banning them from stores.
And we've got a Dollar General store turned.
In the aftermath of the shooting, that community already coming together. Or in Jacksonville, Florida. The shooter has been killed, and while we still know very little about the motive, we do know the shooting took place in a predominantly Black community. In the aftermath of the shooting, that community already coming together. This is the prayer circle that residents created, mourning those they have lost. Marisa Parra.
Well, all of them in that prayer circle should be locked and loaded.
A Dollar General store turns into a crime scene. The sheriff's office confirms multiple fatalities from a shooting, including the gunman.
Our own neighborhood. We can't even go to the store.
No, we're in a race war. Like, how many more signs have you seen, Black family? We're in a fucking race war. Like,
that's exactly what it is.
I mean, does it literally have to be written on the wall or something for you to see that we're in a freaking race war?
Okay, well, once again, Brother Chaz, Dr. Carter G. Woodson had stated with the miseducation of the Negro that it's like that this lock on the Black mind on a collective basis, the lock has been tightened. And particularly with the selection or the election of the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. And then, of course, the panties or the Satan of them who wants to erase this history from the history books is because it, quote unquote, makes white Americans feel uncomfortable. Now, let's look at the discomfort, okay, that the families of our people who were murdered down there in Florida today.
Jacksonville's mayor racing to the scene.
It's
And
just,
of course,
it's just
our prayers
so
go
awful.
to them.
They have got to deal with this type of thing time and time again. And we've got to find some better ways of dealing with this violence. It's just,
Oh,
just
absolutely.
Police and SWAT teams seen running down surrounding streets. Students asked to stay in place at nearby Edward Waters University as a precaution, as yet another community is left looking for strength in each other with little answers to a tragedy seen all too often.
I'm emotional. It's unjust that we can't even walk on the sidewalks. We're not safe in any stores.
No, you're in a freaking race war. Like, oh
Facts.
my God.
Facts.
That pisses me off, Shabaka.
Oh, yes, sir. But you see, Brother Che, it was
These old
designed
niggas,
this way.
unfortunately, perpetuate
Right.
fucking bullshit.
Exactly.
I can't believe this happened. I can't believe you're surprised this happened.
Okay, now that's the part that I don't believe, and then the sad part about it is that you got to look at the significance of this act. Okay, one is you got the dump, going to trial. Two is that you got the governor of Florida down there, the panties with his bullshit. Okay, and then the cold part about it is, now here's the part, Black family, that really need to motivate us. On the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington, do you see the dots being connected right here, Black family? I mean, it's a schematic up on the wall, and they have clearly telling you physically, philosophically, and symbolically that we are the most hated people in America. They ain't asking. That bastard did not ask of, did you have any blood from the rape and slave trade and pedophile? No, he didn't ask that. He didn't ask, are you indigenous to the United States? Through the Native American or Indian lineage. No, he didn't ask that. He didn't even ask him, do you love the state of Florida? No. What this son of a bitch did, okay, is went out there, killed 3 Black people simply because they were Black, and then he committed suicide. Now, what the bastard should have did is that he should have went and blown his own brains out first, okay, then proceed with his mission. Irony of that statement, because had he would have blown his fucking brains out first, the 3 of our people will still be alive. So may he rest in piss, shit, hog slop, ammonia,
Watch when they release the mugshot, Shabaka. He's gonna look just like Peyton Gendron or that goddamn Daniel Penny or any other white supremacists that have done some horrendous, murderous shit.
Yeah. So our strength and prayers definitely go.
This is also part of the Carl Shittenhouse effect.
Oh yes, sir. Without a doubt.
Peyton Gendron effect.
Yes, sir. And what is so sad about it is, Black family, and I'm really speaking to your generation too, Brother Paris. You guys got to do it. You got the youth on your side, okay? Huey's gone. Malcolm is gone, okay? Geronimo Pratt is gone, okay? Marcus Garvey is gone. They left the blueprint. Just as Miriam Makeba had stated that I posted up on the wall in the group Pan-African Economics and Politics. Yeah, she had stated this here in 1964, 65, I believe. She had stated it as that we as a people translate our history orally, pass it down from generation to generation orally. But the Caucasoid, he comes over there and writes it or write lies about it, and he comes up there and says, proof. I've discovered you.
It's his story. It's
Yeah,
his
exactly. Story.
It's not our
Right.
story, it's his story.
Exactly. And as Mama Africa said, and that is ridiculous.
But getting back to the video,
Yes, sir.
you got a lot of topics, and I think if you're trying to kick it out.
Okay. Okay, as the sister was saying here.
I got to go out and come back in, Shabaka. You're trying to kick me out.
Okay, I'm going to stay where I'm at to see you come back in.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical difficulties right here. Okay, so we're bearing with it, as Brother Paris, comes back on here. And we're making it plain to you white supremacists. Okay, you're not going to keep doing this to us without no ram. No, okay.
I'm back.
And I was.
You got to upgrade the damn StreamYard, but they don't give you the option to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Then I got to, we got to get Shabaka's Black Experience back up, in proper form too. And it'll be done before, and I think the date is September 4th that we have.
Yeah, I think it's September 4th. Okay, I'm going to play the video.
Yes, sir.
Marisa Parra joins us now. Marisa, we just got an update on the death toll.
Yes, so this press conference just began within the last few minutes, Jose, and what they said was that 3 people are dead. That is not including the shooter, but of course, still so many questions, including what prompted all of this. Hopefully, some answers will be coming swiftly tonight with the press conference that is unfolding as we speak at this moment. Jose.
Marisa Parra, thank you. Rare wild.
Okay. So I'm going to play the press conference next.
Mm-hmm.
So you see how they're playing stupid, like, oh, we don't know what happened.
Exactly, precisely. And that's another insult to our intelligence.
Well, we want to get right to that breaking news tonight in a deadly mass shooting at a dollar store in Jacksonville, Florida. Police saying just moments ago that the shooting was racially motivated. 3 people are dead, and the shooter turned the gun on himself. We're also learning tonight of manifestos sent by the shooter saying he hates Black people.
A manifesto. Take note, family. Peyton Gendron had a manifesto too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he had that bullshit replacement theory bullshit.
Right.
But they're trying to replace us and all that shit. Yeah. So he's playing out that same playbook. Who knows? The manifesto was probably inspired by Peyton Gendron.
Yeah, probably. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, too, and then the panties, as in being a transvestite. I'm saying the dude wears woman's underwear. Okay, is perpetuating this bullshit that he's been doing for the last couple of years, even when the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, saying that the election was stolen. And I will always refer to the dump as in human shit. So therefore, so you ignorant bastards out there, feel free to send all your hate mail to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on our page.
If by chance that is true, then that means all the elections have been stolen.
Oh, absolutely, Brother Che. Absolutely. And particularly with Tricky Dick in 1968, okay, is because 1968, and I'm sure the chairman will tell you, is Robert Kennedy had won the California primary, and he was about to pick up his momentum in the 1968 presidential election. And Robert Kennedy was shot pretty much 2 months, almost to the day, as Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was shot, as we all know, April 4th, 1968. Robert Kennedy was shot in Los Angeles June 6, 1968, because he had won the California primary. And that's where you see the famous line that he says, where he holds up the victory sign and says, it's on to Chicago for the Democratic National Convention there. in 1968, and also too at the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago, Illinois at that time. It was a massive riot out there in Grant Park. Mayor Daley had ordered the Chicago police to go out there and whoop ass and take names. They did that. So they asked Mayor Daley, well, why was you so rough on it? Because he said of what had happened out in Los Angeles with Robert Kennedy. Okay. And then what had happened was they caught Sirhan on the spot. You know, they caught him, red-handed, as they said. Okay. And he was caught by, I believe, former football great Rosa Greer and the Olympic champion Rafer Johnson. And so he was taken down there to Parker Center, where he was booked. And he had went on trial, and his ass has been in every penitentiary in the state of California. And each time with him, when he comes up for parole, it is automatically denied.
Good. Nice. Uh-oh, did it freeze up? Shabaka? Uh-oh. Now they're messing with Shabaka. God damn it. You have to go out and come back in, Shabaka. Damn. I just can't win for losing, Black Family. They just don't want us to broadcast at all. Okay, I'm going to play the video.
The shooter was wearing a tactical vest and armed with an AR-15 style weapon on the scene. The mayor calling this all heartbreaking for the community. ABC's Jacqueline Lee leads us off tonight.
Tonight, the mayor of Jacksonville, Florida, says a gunman targeting Black people killed 3 people before dying by suicide.
This was a hate-filled crime.
This shooting was racially motivated, and he hated Black people.
First responders swarming the scene, the FBI assisting in the investigation. Community members gathering in a prayer circle.
This is a tragic moment. My heart is heavy, and I'm just tired seeing all the shootings.
Nearby, Edward Waters University issuing a campus-wide stay-in-place order. This alert, shared earlier this afternoon, says a fatal off-campus shooting happened near the campus, with preliminary reports indicating no students, faculty, or staff are involved.
Jacqueline Lee joins us live now. Jacqueline, what else can you tell us about this investigation as it's unfolding?
Rachel, authorities say the gunman had an AR rifle, killed 3 people before turning the gun on himself. The investigation is ongoing. Rachel.
Jacqueline Lee on that breaking news tonight for us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get...
Wow, so there you have it, Black Family. Racial motivation, big time. I don't know what happened, Shabak. I'm about to replay the video. Uh-oh. What is going on? They are messing with Shabaka now. Oh, my God. Why? I can get him on the phone. Okay, so this is the press conference, Black Family. They were talking about, I don't know what's going on with Shabaka. I found to leave the studio and come back in. Where is my phone? Shout out to the viewer. Appreciate you tapping in, wherever you are. Just going over the situation here, or not here, but the situation that happened in Jacksonville, Florida, earlier tonight was not even, we can't even say suspected white supremacist. He's a white supremacist. Shot and killed 3 Black people at a Dollar General earlier this evening. And they said he had a manifesto and he hated Black people, obviously. So it's another Peyton Gendron. Buffalo. It's been a little over a year since the Buffalo shooting. And you see how quiet they got about that. Let's see how quiet they get about this, because there's been all kinds of mass shootings this week. This one, watch, they're going to bury this one. Ain't gonna we talk about it no more. And it's clearly a hate crime. Remember how long it took them to admit that the Buffalo shooting was a hate crime at Tops Market? They learned from that because now all of a sudden they like, yeah, this is a hate crime. This is racially motivated. Mhm. Yeah, it sure is. Let me call Shabaka. They're messing with him bad. Shabaka, it says that your device is not connected. So computer just froze up on me. I think they kicked me out the studio again. Sorry, Black family. I don't know what it is, man. This is like the third, fourth week. You had these same technical difficulties over at the dollhouse. It's just like, damn, we can't record over here. I don't understand this. It's always freezing up. Okay, I'm trying. Whoever's viewing, thank you for sticking with us. We're having technical difficulties for like the fifth week in a row. Yeah. But before we were rudely interrupted, I was going to play the Jacksonville Sheriff's press conference, TK Waters. Okay, let me add you. I'm on the phone with Shabaka, if y'all were wondering. Okay, there you are.
Okay, all right. Okay, so what it is, Black family, okay. You
You sound like all groggy, like you're underwater or something.
Okay, what about now?
Okay, that's much better.
Okay, I turned this phone off. Okay, yes, these energy fields, right, that they're doing. And keep in mind, people, these dudes know what they're doing with this stuff. It's because I saw a feed earlier, not a feed, but I forgot to put it up there. But what it is that these scientists, shoot these electrons and this laser high technology. Why they keep all these missions classified and all this stuff right here. So, we don't know what the hell is going on. You see? So once again, they dumbing us down. They shadow banding us. They don't want to admit the truth. They want us to sit up here, get killed, and we're supposed to sit up there and sing, "We shall overcome."
Oh, God.
And the cold part about it is what really adds insult to injury is this is the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington. So therefore, white America, you need to take this up here with your politicians and your country, is because why would you have such an incident in Florida, racially motivated, killing black people on the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington, I Have a Dream speech. And as Malcolm had stated in one of his speeches that we have on our archives at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, he had pretty much had related is that these Negroes who led the March on Washington were handpicked by the Kennedy administration, is because it was supposed to be something else, and there's a speech that Malcolm X gave on it. And I believe it is the speech that he gave in the New York area, like right before the day of the March on Washington. And what had happened is that the Kennedy administration had handpicked Dr. King to give this "I Have a Dream" speech. You see, it was something that happened at the last minute. And Malcolm X...
The speech was called something else I heard before.
Right. And it's on one of the speeches that Malcolm gave that we have in the archives, and I forgot the name of it. But go through it, and it did say is that they had Dr. King there, James Farmer, and then there was a third party there that he had mentioned, and that they were given instructions of how to do this March on Washington, and that they were given like about $200,000 to split up amongst themselves. Now I'm just paraphrasing Brother Malcolm at that time, because as I stated when they had the March on Washington. I was only like about 4 years old. So I didn't know what the hell was going on being a child at that time. But as I look back at it in retrospect, you know, I was living through history as it had unfolded, you know, in my childhood. And so
I'm gonna play the video because it's like 12 minutes.
Yes, sir.
This is a press conference of Sheriff T.J. Waters, Jacksonville, Florida, and it's about the general mass shooting was racially motivated.
Right.
A lot.
Okay.
Where's Sherry? Did she get down here yet? So thank you all for joining us this evening. Tonight I stand side by side with our law enforcement partners, our mayor, city leaders, to share the heartbreaking news that Jacksonville has suffered the loss of 3 precious lives at the hands of an active shooter. This afternoon, a little after 1 p.m.
Oh my God. Right when the damn computer froze.
Yeah, in other words, those are algorithms, man, that is doing.
An individual we have not yet officially identified entered a Dollar Tree in the Newtown area of Jacksonville, outfitted with a tactical vest, armed with an AR-style rifle and a handgun. Then the shooter killed 3 people before turning the gun on himself, taking his own life.
Yeah.
Other than the 3 individuals killed and the shooter himself, there
froze.
are no additional people who suffered gunshot wounds. We are not identifying the deceased victims at this time, but I can tell you that there are 2 male victims and 1 female victim. All of the deceased victims are Black. Multiple units from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office responded to this active shooter scene, as did members of Jacksonville Fire Rescue, our mayor, and city leaders. We are still in the very early stages of this investigation, so there's a lot of information that we don't know at this time. I will share with you the information that I have been able to verify. The shooter was believed to have resided in Clay County with his parents. He was involved in a 2016 domestic call in Clay County with no arrest. In 2017, he did have a Baker Act. We know that at 11:39 a.m. today.
So he had a pattern of this shit.
So exactly.
He was one of the motherfuckers that just kept giving slaps on the wrist. You'll do better next time.
Yeah.
And now he done killed 3 Black people. They said he hates Black people, which we already knew.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a manifesto.
Exactly.
AR-15, which is so typical with these white supremacists. Like you can't find another gun to use. An AR-15.
Right. Yeah, military assault.
He had an AR-15 with nigger written all over it. Nigger killer. And then he got an AR-15. They said with swastikas all over it.
Yeah, exactly. Neo-Nazis. Dumb support.
Sheriff Cook gave us information that he left Clay County, headed to Jacksonville. At 1:18 p.m., he texted his father and told his father to check his computer. At 1:53 p.m., the shooter's family members called the Clay County Sheriff's Office. By that time, he had already began shooting in Jacksonville. The Clay County Sheriff's Office, who has been assisting our agency with this investigation, received information after the shooting that the shooter had authored several manifestos, one to his parents, one to the media.
Several manifestos.
Yeah, right. So that definitely proves his intent.
Yeah.
So he knew what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Portions of these manifestos detail the shooter's disgusting ideology of hate. Plainly put, this shooting was racially motivated, and he hated black people. He wanted to kill Nick.
You see how he is so like third person with it?
Yeah. As opposed to with him being a black police chief, he should be highly, highly upset as a black man, number one. But once again, and this here goes to show the chain on the brain, because he's not looking at himself as a black man. He's looking at himself as a damn race soldier.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, for all practical purposes, what you're seeing being exhibited here is boss we sick. Okay, yep. What he should be doing with his black ass, okay, in my opinion, and I'm going to make it plain, he should have his assistant chief up there, and then what he should be doing is going to every black police officer under his command and saying, hey, check this out. Enough is enough, okay? And we're going to do any means necessary, to make a mark.
Yeah.
And so we're going to make it known that we are not going to keep taking this shit anymore, because see, this is what Newton and them had to do. But
so they had interacted with him. So they said the last case that he had caught was in 2017. That was 6 years ago. So for the past 6 years, he's been building up to this.
Oh, absolutely.
And now they're like, he's just a little these type of things don't happen here. It's always that bullshit. Oh, this doesn't happen here. Well, where does it happen?
Okay, but hold on, though. You're on to something. Funny you should say that. Okay, it's because who had been the president 6 years ago?
The dump.
Yeah, the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, so the fervor was brewing. The dump had been building this shit up for 4 years, okay? And what has happened is that he was sending out dog whistles, okay? And they responded, okay? Yep. But to show you how we, on a collective basis, have been dummied down and still got the chain on the brain, okay? This black police chief right here, he should be dismissing himself from this goddamn press conference and let his number 2 man or whatever feed the public this prepackaged bullshit. And he should be having a clandestine unit of black or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
it's the white girl. It's the white woman.
Okay. No, the white woman is the mayor. The white woman is the mayor.
Oh, that's the mayor. Oh, that's the one that they were talking about. Okay,
right.
So the first female mayor of Jacksonville.
Yeah. It don't matter. It's because she's coming up there.
That's the councilwoman. So the white dude behind him must be the assistant.
Yeah, right. So he should be having an assistant chief come up here with this prepackaged bullshit. And what this black man should be doing is off on a clandestine mission somewhere, talking to other black police officers. You know what? Hey, we got to do something. Okay? It's because they black. They got family members who could be killed by their colleagues, but they don't see color. We all the same. You see the chain on the brain right there? You see the chain on the brain?
As I finish playing this video, you're going to definitely see the chain on the brain.
Oh, yes, sir.
That's the one and only time I'll use that word. I want to be very clear that there is absolutely no evidence.
He said he hated niggers. And he said that's the one and only time he's going to use that word.
Mm-hmm.
That the shooter is part of any large group. We know that he acted completely alone.
That's bullshit. They don't never act alone. That's a goddamn.
Yeah, exactly. Did he act alone?
No.
Of course not. Also, too, is he part of a network? Yes, I believe. Okay. Is the dump behind this network? Yes, I believe it.
Yes.
Is the panties behind this network in Florida? Yes, I believe it. Okay, it's because this is logic that we're going off with right here. It's because that shit cannot have happened without those bastards endorsement, I'm going to say.
He knows somebody up in law enforcement. He knows somebody up in the judicial. He knew, like, they're connected like that. So he knew what the hell he was doing. And
All right, now.
He gonna get away with it. He also
yes,
knew he wasn't gonna get away with it, and that's why he killed himself.
Right, exactly. Now, next question. Where is that dumbass Larry Elders at right now?
Larry Elders.
Where is that faggot? Okay. And where's that other faggot, Leo Terrell? Where are them two punks at?
Nowhere to be found, Shabaka, but I'm gonna let this play.
That is precisely my point. Yeah, please let it play, bro.
You look at the images on the screen, you'll be able to see what he utilized. The weapons that the shooter used today are a Glock and an AR-15 style rifle. This is a dark day in Jacksonville's history.
Let me pause it right there.
Any loss of life is tragic.
Black family.
But
okay, so he got some writing on here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a file, something. You got swastikas on here.
Mm-hmm.
Some more white supremacist symbols.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's a Peyton Gendron 2.0. This Peyton Gendron, he had similar shit on his AR-15 that he used to shoot up Tops Market in Buffalo, New York.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he had a handgun as well.
Yes, sir.
More than likely a Glock.
Right. And then keep in mind, Brother Paris, one of our colleagues had lost a loved one up there in that Buffalo situation. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So, of course, our hearts, go out to him. Of course, our hearts go out here to the family members of who lost their loved ones down there today. But one thing that I am so goddamn sick and tired of is seeing these passive ass, candid ass, motherfucking black ass law enforcement officials who are not sitting up there using the resources they got to deal with a black first agenda. That's the sad part. Same thing with that nigga down there who was the police chief of Montgomery. Oh, well, the incident that had with the rowboat. Oh, it was so wrong, man. But you see, that is the type of shit that we need when all this shit happens. You see what I'm saying? And watch how goddamn fast it'll quit. Yeah, yes, indeed. Yeah, I did say that. So once again, folks, we are having technical difficulties right here. It is clearly obvious is that the level of hate in the United States of America toward people of African descent, commonly referred to as black people or foundational black Americans or what have you. Yes, in the United States, we are being the victims of genocide once again. And this is exactly of what this is. And with me being an old bastard, okay, we can no longer go for the banana in the tailpipe people. We can no longer do it. Black man and woman, we have to defend ourselves, folks. We have to watch each other's back. We are all we got. And I will debate with any ass scratcher or yassa boss on Tuesday night on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And the phone number to call is 516-418-5996. And that there is Tuesday at 6 p.m. in the Pacific Time Zone, 7 p.m. in the Mountain Time Zone, 8 p.m. in the Central Time Zone, and 9 p.m. on the East Coast. So you got 6 Pacific, 7 Mountain, 8 Central, 9 on the East Coast. It's coming Tuesday night. And please join us if you can. and that day is August the 26th, this Tuesday, is because what's happening, Black family. We are all we got, and we have to make it stop. And we're being pushed to that point. Even Minister Farrakhan had stated many years ago, what are you doing, white America? White America, what are you forcing us to do? What are you forcing us to do? Okay, folks, if anybody could hear me, we're having technical difficulties currently, and we're waiting on our host, the one and only Shane Krumah, to get back in the studio, or is it the algorithms that's fucking with us? And we just have to be patient right here.
Okay, I'm back, Shabaka. Thanks for holding it down.
Right. Okay. Can you hear me? I got audio.
Yeah.
Okay. As I was saying, it's pretty much, what are they? Okay. 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 So what are they forcing us to do? You see what I'm saying?
Clear war back against these motherfuckers. Waging war on us. Years.
Yeah. Okay.
400 plus years now.
Yeah. And you see, and these black police officers ain't doing shit to guard our interests.
Nothing. They're just puppets for white supremacy.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just white supremacist and blackface. Anytime you're talking about black people and you're talking about them or us in a third person, you definitely not for us.
Yeah, you're right. You see? And it's up to us to take care of ourselves. Now, they're going to have the lily white mayor come up there who's going to read some prepackaged bullshit. I know it. Shit.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard anything she said yet. She didn't even speak on this. No, she spoke after the chief.
Right.
Yeah, it was some prepackaged bullshit now that I remember. Yeah.
Right. And because she ain't gonna do shit about it.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And then when it comes down to it, you see what I mean?
Ain't none of these thugs up here gonna do anything about it.
Exactly.
These are elected officials, and I don't.
Right.
Yeah, these are elected officials for the most part that are up here, and they're not gonna do nothing about it. But let's see more of the chief, T.K. Waters.
Right.
Or the sheriff, excuse me. I keep saying the chief. The sheriff, the sheriff and the damn police chief seem to be one and the same at this point. But go ahead.
He wanted to kill niggers. That's the one and only time I'll use.
And just how he said it was like, that's not me. He's not me.
Yeah. Okay, and then with him being a black man and having the power as a police chief, he should be immediately excusing himself. Yeah, he's the sheriff. He should be immediately excusing himself from that. And he needs to be getting with black law enforcement officers as well, too, where they got to have a meeting of the minds of a black first agenda. because they're the ones in a position to do it. Okay, and if they don't do it, then they're in dereliction of their duty of protecting their own fucking people.
Shabaka, these is old niggas. They like.
I know.
If there was y'all era, I could say, oh yeah, they can get on code. But these old niggas, they set in their ways.
No, Brother Parrish, you're absolutely correct, and this is why you always will hear me say, on our platforms, as the Queen Mother had said, who is older than me, I cannot go to the final resting place and hold my head high above the ancestors, not knowing I did not do my job to pass on the information that I lived through to your generation.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Okay, just like what Sister Mary McKeever had said in the clip, when I was young. You see what I'm saying? And she's with the ancestors now. The white man, doesn't consider nothing discovered or nothing to exist unless he discovers it. Okay. All right. He brought his stinking ass down there to Tanzania in the 1600s.
Hold on, Shabaka. We got to get through the video or we'll never get through the show.
Okay, let's get to the video.
To be very clear that there is absolutely no evidence that the shooter is part of any large group. We know that he acted completely alone.
Yeah,
if
right.
you take a look at the images on the screen, you'll be able to see what he utilized.
Yeah, just like Andrea acted alone, just like any other
in the house.
Acted alone. They didn't act alone. They got a whole goddamn system backing them. How's that acting alone?
Same thing with Dylan Roof down there in South Carolina.
Yeah, and you just name them. We could be here all night naming them. Goddamn, the motherfucker that shut up the theater here in Aurora. The
Joker.
James Holmes.
Yeah, the Joker, and that was 2008, 2012, I think.
Yeah, 2012.
Yeah, you see, and I had just left Denver, and I called people that I know who were staying around that movie theater across from Aurora City Hall. You see what I mean? Which is in the shopping complex, and called and checked on them to make sure their loved ones was right, and they related that they were all in the positive. You know what I'm saying? And what have you.
My former case manager was a victim of that shooting.
Wow.
I'm just gonna leave it at that because he's a piece of shit. So back to this piece of shit here though. TK Waters.
The weapons that the shooter used today are a Glock and an AR-15 style rifle.
Okay.
This is a dark day in Jacksonville's history. Any loss of life is tragic, but the hate that motivated the shooter's killing spree adds an additional layer of heartbreak. There's no place for hate in our community, and this is not Jacksonville.
Man, your goddamn community was built off of hate. Your fucking state was built off of hate.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is definitely that shitting on us and telling us it's snow and pissing on us and telling us it's rain.
Yes, sir. And this Sambo Rambo ass Negro, man, you know what I'm saying? He's going up there with that same syndrome, boss weed shit. When are we gonna break the goddamn cycle of that bullshit?
Well, this is just they elect for these offices, Shabaka. Or select. Because after what went down and with the dump and Biden and what went down with me and all the others that ran in 2023, the fix is definitely in.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's blatantly clear.
They pre-selected Negroes and Negrettes. They've been vetted properly, and that's what they put in these positions.
Pretty much, yeah.
All across the country.
And that sheriff right there.
Shooter's personal ideology of hate. Homicide detectives are actively investigating this tragedy, and despite the fact that the shooter is dead, they will continue to investigate this until we have a complete understanding of what happened and even why.
We investigated ourselves, and we found out we did nothing wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Get it?
Mm-hmm.
Our Jacksonville community collectively cry prayers are with you.
Mm-hmm.
Now and will remain with
prayers. That's some prayers.
Our city stands with
Yeah.
you. We stand united and resolved in our commitment.
You know, that's Shabaka, when the victims are white, they always be like, we're going to make sure this never happens again.
Right.
But when the victims are black, they're, oh, those prayers.
Yeah. Come on with that kumbaya shit. And say, come on with that kumbaya bullshit. And this shit right here, that's all what he's doing.
We stand united with each other.
Yeah. This country ain't ever been united. The only thing that's the unifying factor in this country is racism and white supremacy, and keeping that in full effect.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Anti-black.
Yeah. And they get mad at us is because
those who have personally suffered loss and those who have been touched by this tragedy, we are with you. We stand united and resolved against all forms of hate. At this time, I'll take any questions that I can.
Forms of hate. They kill me with that shit too. It's like there's only one hate, just like there's only one.
Yeah, racist white supremacy. That's what it is.
Racist white supremacy. Period.
Yeah. That's my point. You know, that is my point, brother Chuck. But they still keep pissing on our heads, telling us it's rain. They still keep shitting on us, telling us it's snow. And then you get niggas like that motherfucker right there that sit up there and keeps perpetuating and believing that bullshit.
Yeah.
And then add insult to injury. Yes, sir. And then to add insult to injury, he wants the black community to believe this garbage. And we on a collective
That's the worst
basis,
part about it, Shabaka.
Yes, sir. And on a collective basis, all of us as black folks throughout the diaspora on the continent, down there in Florida, out here in Nevada, California, man, all of us should be extremely offended by this shit, you know, of this blatant act of what this son of a bitch did. And then what is even worse is for the police chief to sit up there and come up there with that prepackaged bullshit. And I wonder how many of them goddamn white police officers in Jacksonville call his ass a damn nigga behind his back. Brother Che, you there? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, once again, we're having some technical difficulties here. Please bear with us. And of course, we all know what had happened down there in Jacksonville, Florida. And due to my logic and statements that I made, that comes a logical thing. Okay. All righty. So I was trying to hold it down again. Okay. So if you can please complete that tape.
Yes.
Because I want to listen to this bullshit this ragged ass mayor was saying.
Oh my God.
It's sickening. I know.
The sheriff was bad.
Yeah, I know. It's really bad.
This bullshit. Oh man, I lost the goddamn cue. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna play this, but I gotta find the cue too.
Okay.
I think this is where we left off at.
Mm-hmm.
under any circumstances. I don't think names of the shooting really matter.
That's a damn. Of course it matters.
Those who have personally suffered loss and those who have been touched by this tragedy, and despite the fact that the shooter is dead, it will continue to investigate this until we have a complete understanding of what happened and even why he did it.
You know why
the Jacksonville community is dead.
What?
It's clearly obvious why he did it. Okay. And went up there and told you that he hates niggas. He's out to kill niggas.
Mm-hmm.
And yet
he had multiple manifestos that he gave to his parents, that he gave to his friend, and he gave to somebody else. So
right. And I would not be surprised if he had posted his manifesto up on social media somewhere.
Oh, it's probably on Stormfront or the Daily Stormer or any number of the underground white supremacist sites, because we already know about the mainstream ones.
Yeah,
they're always messing with us.
Yeah, called the Ku Klux Klan. Yeah.
Oh well, I'm talking about the social media, but yeah.
That too. Yeah, of course.
You know, Tweety Bird.
Yeah. Facebook. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try to play this.
Collectively cries tonight. To the victims and victims' families, our thoughts and prayers are with you. Now,
thoughts and prayers.
Please know that in the face of this tragedy, this agency and our city stands with you. We stand united and resolved in our commitment to accountability. We stand united with each other.
Yeah,
Those who have personally suffered loss and those who have been touched by this tragedy, we are with you. We stand united and resolved against all forms of hate.
Lord have mercy.
And at this time, I'll take any questions that I can.
Oh, yeah, it's sick.
Hold on, I think I found the cue. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. It's all out of order, though. Oh, this one don't have the shooting on it. Ain't that something? I saved the whole queue. Worried about this happening.
Right.
And the video I was just playing don't even show up on it.
Right.
Yes, it's a mass shooting. It's an active shooting. Whatever you want to label it.
What do you mean, whatever you want to label it? It is or it ain't.
Right. Exactly.
It's a shooting that should not have happened under any circumstance. I don't think names of the shooting really matter. What matters is 3 people lost their life.
It does matter, though.
Yes, sir.
There's been like 3 mass shootings this week alone. There was one in Pennsylvania. There was another one I was telling you in Ventura County or Orange County, California. And now this. And that's just what they're reporting. It was probably more than.
Oh, yeah. They probably did about $100 trillion. So, yeah.
I can't hear what he asked him.
I can't tell you what his mindset was while he was there, but
what do you mean you can't tell? You just said that this was racially motivated, and he was going to kill. He wanted to kill niggers. Emphasis on the ER. And you're talking about you don't know what motivated him to do this? Are you serious?
he did go there. He did put his vest on and a mask on, and then went directly to Dollar General.
Okay, so in any logical world, what would that mean, Shabaka?
I don't know. It's because, I mean, man, this is just bad.
He planned to kill somebody.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. That he did do. And then the cold part about it is, you know, he had the police department backing him. You know what I'm saying?
They always do.
Yeah.
If he would have not killed himself, they probably would have took his ass to Burger King.
Exactly. That's precisely my point. You know, here's your reward. You know, you washed up, but
that's still part of the investigative process.
Yeah. See, so this is definitely a hot topic, you know, that's going across all major black media right now.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can see the no black media tomorrow morning, all day long.
You see us standing here together, right? None of that. That's an outline.
Videos about this.
That doesn't represent who we are as a city and who we are as a people.
That's a goddamn lie.
Our mayors here,
they always say
our
that
political leaders from all over the city.
It's not the same shit that Stephen Reed out of Montgomery. They just reelected. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's kind of like he's reading the script from Stephen Reed verbatim, huh?
Yeah. This don't happen here. This is a good time. We don't have these problems here. It's a goddamn lie.
Yeah, it is. You know?
But they think if they keep telling a lie long enough, people will start believing it.
Are here, and it shows where we stand and how we believe as a community. No politics aside, none of this.
Politics aside, there is no politics aside. God damn it. This is all political.
Yeah, it is.
That matters. What matters is who we are as a community. We stand together as a community. We live together as a community.
You stand together as a community? No, the fuck you
don't.
Goddamn lie.
Yeah, straight out.
Fight together as a community. And when someone comes into our city and does this, we're not going to...
Comes into your city? Y'all already know about him. If it was just like, I don't know, a tourist or something, he went and did some shit like this. Y'all had several interactions with this motherfucker over the past, 6, 7, 8 years. So you already know what he was capable of.
Right.
Now kill me with that. Oh, we didn't know about him. We didn't have no interaction with him. It's a goddamn lie.
Stand for it, and we don't accept it. So we're always going to...
Don't accept it. Okay.
Fight against it.
And how are you fighting against it? Like, we want specifics. We want details, goddammit. Like, what the hell are you doing? Besides this kumbaya shit. Okay, here go the mayor's spot.
Okay.
I'm gonna take this off, Sheriff, because they're not gonna see me behind there. It's just something that should not and must not continue to happen in our community. It's too often the same folks. And this type of hate, this type of, you see the swastikas on the gun, everything that we can to dissuade this type of hate. And so I can't even begin because we've and this, as you know, was the anniversary of when we had the shooting at the landing, and I believe that was also indicated in that.
Yeah, but they keep saying, "Oh, all this hate, all this hate." Identify the goddamn hate. What hate are you talking about?
Yeah.
Anti-black hate.
Yeah.
This is that prepackaged bullshit, but she's almost done with this bullshit.
In the manifesto that he was aware of that, and perhaps chose this date in alignment with that. So there's a lot here, but as the sheriff said, this was a hate-filled crime. And we just shouldn't have a hate bill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The sad part about it is, our tax dollars pay for this shit. That's the irony.
Chewbacca,
Yeah.
did you pass out?
Yeah, man, I did. Ooh, sorry about that, man.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I'm listening on the tab, like, I don't hear Chewbacca saying anything. So the FBI say that they're going to charge this as a hate crime?
Yeah, because and I think they're just doing it as a formality. But we have to look at over the years, Brother Che, and I'm talking about at least the last 50, man. And these crimes against our people keep going, man. And they a lot of these motherfuckers, they don't get, a lot of them, you know, when they put them in jail for it, man, they don't give them the right time. I mean, man, let's look at that son of a bitch, man, that shot up our people down there in South Carolina.
Yeah, Dylan Ross.
Yeah, right. That's exactly what I was going to say.
He had a black friend.
Yeah, and then on top of it, and then the judge is going to say, you know, and I'll never forget this shit here. Now, you guys got to understand, it was tragic that what happened, but he's a victim too, so we got to be more understanding on him. And the cold part about Dylan Roof, in that case, he went into a black church where our loved ones could have been in there in that same church or in a similar setting. And what did they do?
Carolina.
Okay, all right. Now, and you see this fool sitting there, then you tell him, come worship with us. You open up your heart to him, and it was a damn demon.
That's that goddamn Christianity for you, Shabaka.
Yeah, well, once again, you know, the chain is on our brain. You know what I'm saying? And it's 400 years of being with this oppression, man. Just like if you remember me telling you about the motion picture Mandingo way back in 1975.
Yeah, we don't have time to get through the history though, Shabaka, because I got to finish this video and we got to move on.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Dumb, as in human shit.
Precisely, and please make that perfectly clear.
As we speak, members of our evidence response team and our investigative specialists continue to work alongside JSO to ensure every FBI resource is brought to bear to aid in this investigation. I have committed to Sheriff Waters that our assistance will continue for as long as necessary. In addition, FBI Jacksonville is coordinating with the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Florida. We have opened a federal civil rights investigation, and we will pursue this incident as a hate crime. Hate crimes are always and will always remain a top priority for the FBI because they are not only attack on the victim, they are also meant to threaten and intimidate.
You insult my intelligence.
Everyone has a right to feel
safe. And I apologize, ladies, for using that term now, but this is too much. This is too much.
The FBI will bring every
You're coming to us with prepackaged bullshit. Is what you're doing, ladies.
Of those innocent
She probably had GPT write it for.
Thank you.
Exactly. You see, this is sickening.
Yeah.
Not only does what happened is an act wrong within itself, but what these motherfuckers are standing up here
I can't say
doing
that he
is
owned it. I
more
know his
sick.
parents did. His parents didn't want him in their house.
From
what we can tell, we don't know yet. We're still, that's still.
Okay, then a bitch that bought that motherfucker should have swallowed instead of getting fucked.
Right.
Again, that's something we can't get into because we don't know yet. I wanted to get out here. I want to tell you as much as we could right now so that our community will know.
Oh, you man, nigga, your house niggering, your ass scratching, your yassa bossing, your house niggering.
I want to let you know exactly what his intentions were because there's no reason not to tell our community what went on. And I think that's important for people to know.
Nigga, you house niggering. You house niggering, your ass scratching, your yassa boss.
Mm-hmm.
Jags games and events are very welcome.
Now, what the fuck does that goddamn governor of the panties has to say about this shit?
He wanted to take lives.
Nothing.
Yeah, where's that cocksucker at?
He'll probably like them.
No, he targeted a certain group of people, and that's black people. That's what he said he wanted to kill, and that's very clear. And I don't know that the targets.
It's very clear now, motherfucker. You just insulted my intelligence right there.
His targets were black people, Shabaka.
Exactly.
I'm not black. I'm OJ.
Yeah, thank you. That's the fucking problem right there.
What he should have said was his target was my people.
Exactly.
Our people.
Exactly. And then on top of it too, which really just pissing me off, that this is the 60th anniversary of Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech. And now I ask you black people, if this ain't a goddamn nightmare, man, you know, then my name is motherfucking the Road Runner, Wile E. Coyote.
This is like I always said, ain't nothing changed with the year.
Exactly, that's it. Certain traditions they have here in the United States for black folks, and this is it right here. And I will debate with any ass scratching, brain dead motherfucker. And you welcome to call up Tuesday night 516-418-5996. And the subject of the matter is black
specific.
Less than a minute left to play.
Oh, okay.
But I know that any member of that race at that time was in danger.
Any member of that race, nigga, aren't you black?
Thank you. And we've been in danger for the last 400 goddamn years. 400 fucking years that we've been in this fucking danger.
Any other questions?
I was going to ask, is there any reason why your office is not identifying him yet? Can you clarify why not?
And when will the brain dead be resurrected is the subject of our next show on Shabbat.
It's very important for us as an agency to make sure that we have an official positive ID. When a person is deceased in Jacksonville, that body is
If he was black, they would have been on release. What the fuck he looked like, his whole mugshot, everything.
All that.
Every goddamn thing. But since it's a boy, we got to put the kid gloves on.
Right.
I have that information. What do you mean you don't have that information?
Exactly.
It's that bullshit, black family.
Is in the custody.
Yeah, this is precisely what we're talking about. This shit right here.
We can make a positive ID. Once we do that, then I'll tell you exactly who he is.
Motherfucker, all you got to do, the lady is dead, okay? The people are dead. They are positively dead. What goddamn positive ID do you need on that? They are positively, absolutely, and completely dead. You ramble-ass Negro, man. What the fuck are you smoking?
Man.
What are you smoking? Shit, that motherfucker's house should be on goddamn fire right now, burned to the fucking ground.
That's why they're being real reluctant to release who the fuck he is. They know who the hell he is.
Exactly.
They just don't want us to know who it is because they already know. It's pull up summer.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then this is the same goddamn state that's going to sit up there and protect a coward by the name of George Zimmerman.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was in, was that the same?
Yeah. The George Zimmerman case happened in Florida. That stand your ground law bullshit they got down there.
Yeah, but was it in Jacksonville?
That I don't know.
All right, thank you.
Whatever.
Man, you cocksuckers don't ever have to worry about me ever setting foot in your goddamn state again. Wish the fuck a motherfucker would come up to me and say, man, let's go through Florida, man. Fuck you and Florida.
Goldfish.
We supposed to sit up here and say, we're happy and we colored. Give us a chance. Oh, shit.
That's what they want us to do. So what are your thoughts, Shabaka, on this? Another mass shooting?
Oh, brother, I am so pissed off, man, and my jaws are so tight right there. This is part of the American agenda against dealing with black folks, okay? All that is a part of an agenda, okay? Just like the motherfuckers that say, oh, well, you know, white supremacists are entering the police departments these days and all that, according to the FBI. Okay, but FBI, you motherfuckers ain't putting out there what you're doing the fuck about it.
Right.
Because you goddamn agents in that organization Just like in that organization right there, you motherfuckers are the goddamn white supremacists. You motherfuckers are the ones who's doing the damn killing. Look at Philando Castile. Look at Stacey Coons. Timothy Wynn, Ted Brasino. See, look at Charles Gans, who was the chief of the Oakland PD, who's going to sit up there and say, well, that organization there is a threat because they're up here exercising their constitutional rights. Second Amendment. And we supposed to sit up there and sing Coons. Brother, it's the message that they hate of why we're going through this shit. It's the fucking message we relate.
I got to go out and come back in, Shabaka.
All right. Okay, do I need to do anything?
No, just keep talking.
Yes, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Brother Che is going out, coming back in. Once again with the technical difficulties. Okay, it is very, very sad to see a black police chief to sit up here and go with this Eurocentric mindset, to go with this prepackaged bullshit, where his black ass needs to be out there himself, tracking down everything that's related to this trick. It's because I'm going to tell you something, black family. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay? And as we all know, the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make this perfectly clear, represents a certain agenda. Okay. He told you his agenda. He showed you his agenda. He don't give a fuck about getting a mugshot. Donald John Trump or whatever with that sack of nasty ass shit is, and Rick the panties as in being a transsexual, or no, not a transsexual, a transvestite. And yes, Governor of Florida, I'm saying that you are a bitch ass man and you wear woman's underwear, you punk ass motherfucker, and you created this fervor when you came down there on the critical race theory, make white people feel uncomfortable. Yeah, you white motherfuckers ain't feeling too goddamn uncomfortable.
Right, that part.
Yeah, you see, you white motherfuckers ain't feeling uncomfortable. You all enjoy feel like this.
Well, we got to wrap this up, Shabaka, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I hate to sound cliche or like a broken record, but
right.
Lady Che has arisen.
Wait, let me ask you that.
I couldn't tell, but go ahead, Lady Che. What are your thoughts on?
For Jacksonville?
Yes.
Oh, I don't like the way that. I don't like the. Well, okay. 3 things. Let's just organize this thought real quick. 3 things. I didn't like how I felt like, oh goddamn, it was just so clear, a manifesto. Dude did it. He don't like black people. He intentionally killed black people. And then at a press conference, it's all about hate. And in the press conference, they say it's an attack on black people. I didn't like the part that they keep saying that, well, we already know that this is an attack on black people. Major attack on black people.
You have a black sheriff that refused to acknowledge himself as black people.
Right.
Right.
That part really bothered me. It bothered a lot of other people. And the fact that they did, if you're going to say that there's a mass shooting and black people were killed.
I refer to a black sheriff.
Well, can I finish my sentence?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're going to say that there's a mass shooting and black people were killed, then why don't you have any other answers like, the shooter was a white boy, or shooter did this, or like they did before, you know what I mean? Like we're gonna have to wait for a millennia to have the little tidbits of information that they already have. And it's kind of unclear in the if they killed the shooter or if they took the shooter.
They said he killed himself.
They said he turned the gun on himself.
Yeah, that means
They
he killed
said he turned
himself.
No.
If you turn the gun on yourself, that means that you killed yourself.
Can I finish my sentence?
Go ahead.
So it's like, so it says, they turned the gun on themselves, period. And what? Did they pull the trigger? Did they blow part of their face off? Did the cop shoot the gun out of his head? Did the cop shoot him? There's still like a little bit of information that they just didn't leave. Just because he turned the gun on himself. So what? He turned it in his hand, and then what happened? You know what I mean? What's the conclusion? Like, in my mind, I felt like I needed verbal confirmation. Unlike, now I'm sitting here just assuming it. But I'm like, okay, so he turned the gun on himself. So what if maybe he did turn the gun on himself, but maybe the police shot him? And he didn't necessarily kill himself.
I could get with that if he was not white, but he was clearly white, and they said that. They're not gonna shoot him. He literally killed himself. He went and killed 3 black people and then decided to kill himself. Like,
I like black dudes. I am so sorry. I don't even know why I tried to have an opinion. Go ahead, Jesse.
But my question is, why didn't this motherfucker kill himself first before he shot 3 black people?
Because he wanted to carry out the mission, just like Peyton Gendry. Why didn't he turn the gun on himself first?
Yeah. That's my point right there. That's my point right there. Is that the level of hatred that they have toward us, and then that goddamn governor, then that goddamn punk ass governor that got down there in Florida. Where the fuck is he at? Where is his press conference at in regard to this?
To argue their opinion. Maybe you do that
all the time, but I gotta move the song because it's like
that's terrible. But I don't get like that.
Because I didn't even know you were up, but I'm glad you're joining us now.
No man, why did I?
Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this topic so we can move on to the dump, as in human shit?
Yes. Okay. My thoughts on that topic right there is that the time has come, Black family. We got to form our own militia. We got to form our own defense forces. Period. That's what the time's come. We got to form our own militia, and we got to form our own force to defend ourselves against shit like this, and the Dylan Rooks, and the George Zimmermans. You see what I'm saying? All that. And he's going to do this here on his 60th anniversary on the March on Washington.
I know the Cardassity.
Yeah, the Cardassity. And then hopefully the spirit of Dr. King is beating a living dog shit out that motherfucker if he did in fact kill himself. And if they're on the other side, Ali's doing some work on him, Malcolm is stomping him in the ground, Huey's putting a foot in his ass, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping that's happening in the spiritual world with that motherfucker right now.
Well, Florida about to get hit by a hurricane, so.
Good, great. Hey, the spirit of the ancestors speak. And I got 4 of them lined up. Then I did see the hurricane did hit the coast of Texas. You see what I'm saying? But I think Florida is lined up to get another one as well, too. And hopefully it'll get the panties off. You know what I mean?
The panties.
Yeah. And yeah, the panties. Yeah. And yeah, the panties. I'm saying that you are a transvestite, and I'm saying that you are a man that wears women's underwear. Punk.
Yep. And we approve of the message.
Oh, yeah. And we are making that perfectly clear.
Okay, so the next topic is the dump, as in human shit.
Yes, sir.
Come on, computer. Do this. Why do you do this? I'm getting ready to move to the next topic. It freezes up.
Right, and then people need to take his mug shot and put it on a piece of paper and put it up on the wall and throw darts at the motherfucker.
I agree. I gotta go out and come back in, Shabaka. So keep talking
All
about
right.
the dump as in human shit.
Right. Okay, folks, as you know, is that the dump, has been indicted down there in Georgia. Hopefully the motherfucker will get convicted. They need to take away his civil service protections because you paying too many tax dollars for that shit. That damn airplane that he flies on, he needs to take that motherfucker, go sell it, or the feds need to seize it, sell that sack of shit. You go feed the homeless in Washington, D.C., feed the homeless in Los Angeles, Chicago, Denver, Colorado. You see what I'm saying? And make you no good bastards, you know what I'm saying? Come face to face with yourself for voting for that son of a bitch, okay? And then not to mention the fact that all you motherfuckers that went out there and voted for the dump, as in human shit, and he fucked your asses around, I'm glad that he did. Because that carrot top, orange motherfucker, that damn freak of nature, is sick. Okay?
Yes, he is. He is sick.
The son of a bitch is sick.
So
you're gonna sit up here and pay some raggedy ass porn star $175,000. Well, a lady's present. I would say something, but a woman's present, and I'm not.
Yeah. So Shabaka is alluding to our next topic, which is Trump as in human shit, aka Trump.
Right.
In Fulton County Jail, inmate number P011358809. Quickest booking ever. 20 minutes tops.
Yes, sir. And keep in mind on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced this morning when we did Grand Rising with Sarge, who was our guest host, you know what I'm saying? That motherfucker Donald Trump, they need to throw his ass under the goddamn jail. They need to go get all his goddamn Mar-a-Lago shit, his damn Stormy Daniels porn flicks, burn that shit and put that son of a bitch out there on the side of a freeway in Los Angeles talking about, he'll work for food.
Midnight.
Yeah. Just say, fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump Jr.
Right.
Fuck his whole goddamn family.
Because he wasn't allowed to come to his daddy's aid, I guess.
Well,
so
he's
Trump
a crook too.
surrenders to authorities in Georgia election interference case. This happened this past Thursday.
Right.
Yes.
Not open.
Yes.
Not open.
No.
Open.
Yes.
What else you got?
More soda.
You want
Ordinary moment playing out tonight in the unprecedented drama of a former president answering to criminal charges. Donald Trump arriving at a jail in Atlanta tonight and turning himself in. He was booked on charges that he was allegedly part of a criminal conspiracy to overturn the Georgia results of the 2020 presidential election. 13 counts in all in this fourth indictment against him, charges he calls a political persecution. Mr. Trump was fingerprinted and had his mugshot taken. The first time that has happened. He was then released on a $200,000 bond and left. He spoke to a waiting press afterwards, saying he did nothing wrong and calling the charges election interference. His surrender follows that of many of his 18 alleged co-conspirators, including Mark Meadows, his former chief of staff, earlier today. A judge has now scheduled the first trial for one of those defendants for this October. It's been a fast-moving night. We start our coverage with NBC's Blaine Alexander in Atlanta. Blaine, that mugshot set to become a striking image in all of this.
A moment like that. The sheriff did confirm to me, in fact, that the former president did have his mugshot taken inside the jail tonight. Now, all of this, of course, comes as we see the Republican frontrunner in yet another historic moment surrendering to law enforcement.
in what's become a familiar scene. Tonight, former President Trump leaving his New Jersey golf club to surrender to authorities on criminal charges. Now for a fourth time. But this time, he's walking into a county jail in Atlanta, charged with allegedly trying to overturn Georgia's 2020 presidential election. Late tonight, Mr. Trump seen landing at the Atlanta airport and traveling in a motorcade, arriving at the Fulton County Jail. With the area around the jail on heavy lockdown, late tonight, the sheriff's office released the former president's mugshot, a stunning, historic first. It will come on the heels of another surrender. His former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, seen here in this mugshot, booked on charges of conspiring with his former boss in the racketeering case. Meadows is fighting to get his case removed to federal court. He was released on a $100,000 bond. Tonight, at least 11 of Trump's 18 co-defendants have surrendered, while Mr. Trump is blasting Fulton County's Democratic DA for bringing what he calls partisan charges. Overnight, asked why he remains upbeat.
I think it's a lot easier because I'm so high in the polls, because it means the people get it. People see it's a fraud.
Moments ago, the Republican frontrunner speaking out before traveling back to Bedminster.
What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows that I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before.
Outside the jail, despite a handful of anti-Trump protesters, the president's sentiment was echoed by a parade of his supporters.
Will you vote for him?
Absolutely, 100%.
Even with the legal challenges, even with the indictments?
Yeah, because they're phony.
It all comes after a major shakeup on Trump's legal team, now led by Georgia defense attorney Stephen Sadow, whose high-profile clients include musicians T.I. and Usher. In a statement, Sadow writes, "The president should never have been indicted. Prosecutions intended to advance or serve the ambitions and careers of political opponents of the president have no place in our justice system."
And as for that mugshot, we understand there were discussions as late as today about whether or not to take one. Now, in the former president's other three charges, remember, there was no mugshot because he is one of the most photographed people in the world. Lester?
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you. And joining me here, Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker and Senior Legal Correspondent Laura Jarrett.
Any of us, we get hooked and booked. We got to shower out, dress out, then take the mugshot looking wild as hell.
Right, they always catch you at your worst in mugshots.
No, I've had a couple where I've had a chance to be like smiling, because I felt like however they caught me was kind of amused. I was amused at the moment.
I never had a smile in mugshot. I was always looking at the camera like.
I think I have at least 3 where I was.
Why am I here? I had the same look Trump had on his face. The fuck?
I've had at least 3 where I was smiling. At least 3 minimum. And but it's like whatever couple years. It's like maybe something was amusing at that moment, or I was thinking about what I did or what I didn't do and how amused I was. You know what I mean? Something stupid like that. There's like at least 3 of them. And I expected him not to. Damn, but his face was like, "You bitch! How dare you!" His face is classic. He didn't even lift his head up. He's so ashamed. He's like,
the former president has been processed now. We will see trials perhaps as early as October. His won't be one of them, though.
That's right, Lester. What we watched today unfold there in Georgia is really just the first step in what is going to be a long legal fight. The president's lawyers want to slow things down, of course, whereas at least one of his co-defendants has now moved to speed things up, asking for a speedy trial. A judge in Georgia has agreed to that. And so at least as to that defendant, Ken Cheeseborough, the trial will go forward, at least for now, in October of this year, Lester, but that's only as to Cheeseborough and not to Mr. Trump.
All right, and Kristen, you're getting some inside look at what's some of the thinking.
Push it back to 2026.
That's right. That's right. That's pretty much any smart criminal would probably do. Drag that shit out a little bit.
He definitely gonna drag it out.
It's kind of funny, when you think about Trump getting in trouble and how he's like just scooting around shit. It's recording. It's recording. The lights on. I think about Trump doing something bad, it's kind of funny because he's like he's a criminal, and now they got a mugshot. It just adds to it. But either way, it didn't even matter. His face has been all over the news for like since the January 6th shit.
Yeah, he never conceded.
So
since the election, he never
that
conceded.
motherfucker trade up and got on that plane so quick because it was like. Biden was walking off the plane. That motherfucker was walking on the plane.
Oh, the lights still on. Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to hit the deck, man. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I mean, that dude just did it. Yeah. And that dude just did it. I mean, that dude was too much for me. We went down there in Florida today, folks. And, one is enough is enough. I mean, the handwriting's on the wall. You got these damn ass scratches and y'all some bosses out there. That's the fucking problem. All right, going with Brother Paris to realign the studio. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
I don't know what's going on. All the internet is acting stupid.
Yeah, they don't like this message that we put out. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Former President Trump, who tells me tonight he is defiant in the face of these charges. Now, while his aides are touting his political resilience amid 4 indictments, some are concerned about the impact this could all. Georgia is, of course, a key state that will almost certainly need to be in his corner if he's going to win re-election. Of course, this is a mugshot.
Go ahead. Jesse. God damn it.
Okay, I guess we're back. Sorry, y'all. Shabaka done passed out on us.
I'm comforted by this. This FYI. I don't care what Jesse's talking about. Shabaka's for the rest of the show, or I'll still be comforted by this. At least we know he's breathing. You know what I mean? Like, he'll just rewind the track later.
I think I passed out on. I think I passed out on. Shabaka, Juice, and Romelda.
That's wrong.
I think I passed out on.
Blog Talk?
No.
On camera?
No.
Blog Talk?
No.
Where were you at?
We had a phone conference.
About what?
You know how Ramel get? He always want to introduce us to people. But this brother, he got a large following. He's a DJ, and he got like 2 million people following him.
What do you call me?
He says you don't ever answer the phone when he calls.
Because he only calls when he wants something. That's why. You tell him that, right? He only calls when he wants something.
I did tell him that. He got bro hurt.
That's what it is. That's it.
Come on, computer.
He got real hurt. He got real
I don't
hurt.
know what to do about this.
Jesse?
Yeah.
He got real hurt.
Yeah.
Just a little hurt.
No, he got real hurt.
I don't know why that's funny to me. Oh, my twin. I would call him and be like, you know what?
He called me while we were in the middle of the show. I'm like, you know we're live, right? He's like, is Juice on there? I'm like, no.
You can call looking for your friend
Juice
on our show.
passed out a long time ago.
Excuse me, family. And you just said, I would have been like, how you can call looking for him over here at our show? You got in trouble, you can't be on the show. He said, that's what he said. I was like, oh, well, what the fuck is the point of talking now?
I'm going to go out and come back in because it's like stupid again.
You do fucking tight ass shit soon. And I'm not involving nobody. I'm not gonna include nobody. I'm not gonna reach out and tell nobody. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna let you find out right in the middle of the line. Fuck it. That's how it's gonna be. I love this. Very happy to try like a motherfucker.
The black media has to say on this.
There's the whole thing Larry Elders, bitch.
Ladies and gentlemen, they just released Donald Trump's mugshot. And boy, he looks pissed in this mugshot.
Yeah, he looks Grinch that stole Christmas.
Right.
Trump's mugshot made public by Fulton County Jail after arrest.
They don't give a fuck. They're like,
so
we showing it.
Today is the day that Donald Trump
they said he made over
turned
$1 million.
himself in. He was booked at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta, Georgia, on multiple felony charges.
Somehow.
Raised over $50 million.
Former President Donald Trump was booked in the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta, Georgia on Thursday on felony charges related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. And yes, we will never forget that. And Donald Trump never did his thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be instrumental.
This is Trump's fourth indictment this year, but it's the first time he's had his mugshot taken. Fulton County authorities are taking mugshots of all 19 people charged in the case, including Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, who I already showed to you in another video, and Sidney Powell, and his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows.
I can't believe I'm sitting in here.
Yeah, I heard he was resisting everything there for a moment.
Yeah, everybody said their thoughts.
So, Fulton County Sheriff's Office released Trump's mugshot not long after he left the jail. The former president was released on a $200,000 bond.
Thought about it. He said he's a handsome man or something.
President appears to be walking over to the members of the media who have been assembled. We are obviously going to listen in. Let's take it.
I really believe this is a very sad day for America. This should never happen. If you challenge an election, you should be able to challenge an election. I thought the election was a rigged election, a stolen election, and I should have every right to do that. As you know, you have many people that you've been watching over the years do the same thing, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Stacey Abrams or many others. When you have that great freedom to challenge, you have to be able to, otherwise you can have very dishonest elections. What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. This is one instance, but you have three other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all. And we have every right, every single right to challenge an election that we think is dishonest. So we think it's very dishonest. So thank you all very much, and I'll see you very soon. Thank you very much.
I want to bring in Ken Delaney, who's been watching this as well. And Ken, the language that the former president chose here in the minutes after he was booked at an active jail in Fulton County is in many ways similar to what we've heard from him in the past three indictments.
Yes, but perhaps more restrained, Hallie, because as you said, there's, as a condition of his bond in the Georgia case, he is prohibited from making threats or making statements that could be perceived as threatening to co-defendants, witnesses, victims, or the community at large. And he's prohibited from doing that on social media. But you know, if he appeared a bit chastened, which I think you guys were perceiving, it may be because this process, this booking, was so unlike the other three cases through which he's endured kind of a related process. In the other three instances, he was in courthouses. He was briefly escorted through the briefing process and then moved on to court. In this case, he went to a county jail, a notorious county jail, not a nice place. And as you're seeing from the reports that we're about to see a mugshot at some point, officials in Fulton County, Atlanta, treated him as best they could like any other defendant. Obviously not to the point where he had to sit for a few hours in the jail, but it's really different from what was done in the federal system. This would if a mugshot is released, this would be the first time that has happened, because in the other bookings and arraignments, federal authorities decided they didn't need to take a mugshot. The federal marshals said they would use an existing photo of Donald Trump. They made that decision, even though their normal procedures dictate a mugshot. So in this case, he was treated like every other defendant in many ways, and that must have been a sobering thing to endure for a former president.
You get outside and did a whole press conference.
Okay, y'all. So you saw the video. Now, somebody called in a bomb threat at the Fulton County Courthouse.
Yeah, loyalty is a motherfucker.
And this was around the time when Donald Trump's mugshot was being taken. So the sheriff's department is investigating that. So the Fulton County Sheriff's Office released Donald Trump's mugshot not long after he left jail. So I did read that part. So District Attorney Fannie Wilson, Democrat, oversaw the charges against Donald Trump and his cohorts. In a filing Thursday, she requested that the trial begin on October 23rd of this year. A judge will ultimately decide when Trump's Georgia trial will begin, as he faces other charges in New York, Florida, and Washington, D.C.
Dirt on her and her Fairly.
So y'all,
Committed in life.
I'm not surprised, but you know, they're trying to imply he was treated like any other person that goes to the Fulton County Jail. No, he wasn't. None of these people were treated like
that. Allowed a black man to be eaten alive by bed bugs and insects in the psych ward.
Yeah.
Sean Thompson.
Oh, that was almost perfect.
Rest in power to him. Nobody should go out like that. Fulton County is
I'd be like, I'm shutting this down.
That whole jail needs to be shut down.
I'm gonna burn it to the ground. They got bed bugs and all kind of fucking atrocities.
that. Look, they didn't even have to get in the standard prison jumpsuit. Right there should tell you, no, there was definitely some preferential treatment because if it was an average citizen, they would have put that prison jumpsuit on them and then took their mug shot.
Exactly, looking wild as hell.
Saying. So y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Actually, like, oh, get up. This is hard. He fixes stuff.
We just received the former president's mugshot. We want to show that to you here in just a moment. As we get that set up for you, let's bring in John Santucci. John, do we think the former president will weaponize this image to help him with fundraising? You mentioned this earlier, but to what point? And will it work in gaining support for his 2024 campaign?
Stephanie, I'm going to throw it back to you because I see what we have on screen right now.
Yes, we do. We have the mugshot. There is the former president's mugshot taken at the Fulton County Jail earlier this evening as he was indicted for the 4th time there in Georgia. Right now, the former president is in the air on his private plane heading back to Newark Liberty International Airport. But that is his mugshot taken today at the Fulton County Jail. John, let's talk about this mugshot and how his team may possibly use this to fundraise. And here's the bigger question, though. Will it even work?
Well, actually, Stephanie, I'm going to take that in a bit of a different direction because, as you well know, I've covered Donald Trump for ABC News for nearly a decade. And that image, seeing Donald Trump, to the obvious viewer, Donald Trump is very clearly angry. But when I saw the image just a couple moments ago, it reminded me of Donald Trump's book cover that he released in 2015. The book was titled, I believe, Crippled America. And I remember saying to Trump, after seeing the cover, I said, gee, you know, you really look angry. And they said, well, they told me to arch my brows, to look angry, just to stare down the camera. That's that Donald Trump that we see right now. And that's not Donald Trump posing for a book cover. That is Donald Trump legitimately angry about where he is right now, and feeds in, Stephanie, to everything I have been hearing in the last couple of days, that Donald Trump has been raging about this indictment, raging against DA Fani Willis, raging about what could possibly happen, because as we know, these are severe charges, and many other people, as we've been reporting here on ABC, concerned about what will happen because of so many people indicted with him. And as one aide said to me, if one flips against us, we have a gigantic problem. But to go back to your question earlier about what he's going to do with it, copy, paste, print. They're going to put this on every possible campaign T-shirt, hat, any mug, you name it. I would wait for the moments until a fundraising email comes out with this mugshot. And the one thing that we do need to recognize, there's Donald Trump bravado that everybody sees, and there's Donald Trump personal. People you don't see. Obviously, we all have that, right? Our public face, our private face. Though Donald Trump is going to go out there and say, look at this, can you believe it? Not a bad shot, etc. This is not a photo that Donald Trump personally is loving right now, Stephanie.
So you don't think this was an intentional pose? Because when we look at the other mugshots, John, I'm sure you've seen the other ones of the other co-defendants. Some are smiling, some are neutral. This seems, I mean, you could see that he's angry, but do you think this was somewhat intentional, given the fact that he may use this photo in on products as he moves toward in his campaign?
You know, I try to get in Donald Trump's head. That is a dark art. I definitely do try to do it. That's what I'm paid to do most times here at ABC. But, you know, Donald Trump has definitely been angry about it for sure. But I don't think Donald Trump was standing there saying, is this going to look good on a T-shirt? I think Donald Trump is standing there saying, get me out of here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this right now. So I think that is more of what's weighing on Donald Trump tonight, Stephanie, than anything else.
Well, John, thank you so much for your insights and for joining us this evening.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Shabbat can hold it down, even though he's sleeping. All right, so we're back.
Sorry.
So yeah, as you can see, the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that very perfectly clear. Is very upset about what is happening to him.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What are your thoughts on this, lady, sir?
Okay. Let me kiss your brother, sir. So I need my burrito. I don't know. I'm highly amused. Of course, he's gonna be upset. I mean, if anything, he knew the day was gonna come, so maybe he's playing the part of being upset. Either way, I'm highly amused. This is gonna drag out. It doesn't really matter because, in all essence, if you watch the Republican debate, they're not giving a fuck. They still would vote for him. They'll let him be president in fucking jail. They don't give a damn. So it just seems like that's just the way of it. And I bet his numbers ain't changed. If anything, they probably got higher, right? His poll numbers.
Oh yeah, they probably went up.
Yeah. So, I think I haven't been following it since the day he went in, which was like Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm watching it as you guys are watching it right now, and I'm just like, I am kind of happy about it. I don't know. I'm amused. That's all I gotta say. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so I don't think the dump is gonna serve any time. In a perfect world, yes, but this ain't that. So his white privilege is gonna get him off.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he's a billionaire supposedly is definitely gonna get him off. So, and even if they do go to trial, he's gonna push the trial back to 2026 after the election. So, yeah, I don't see him serving any jail time, prison time, any of that. But y'all keep hope alive all you want.
Right. Keep hope alive.
So the next topic is that damn coon ass mayor out of goddamn Montgomery.
Oh no, wait, was that the Larry Elders thing, or that's the Trump thing?
No.
Which one was that?
Neither of those. The current mayor.
No. Which was the last topic? Larry Elders.
No. That's just what was playing on the queue. But no. The next topic is Stephen Reed against re-elected mayor of Montgomery, Alabama. That's the one that said, these things don't happen here.
What?
After the Montgomery brawl.
Yeah, that was still shocking. That's what I was acting like when I first heard it. I was like, what?
So shout out to Lisa Cabrera once again.
Yeah.
She's an awesome commentary on this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to play it now.
Y'all remember old Alabama Mayor Stephen Reed? We will never forget the recording when he was on there saying he did not need the black vote. Well, he won re-election down there in Alabama. Stephen Reed, Montgomery's first black mayor, wins re-election. Old Montgomery ain't coming back. So Montgomery Mayor Stephen Reed won re-election Tuesday evening, defeating 3 opponents for the mayor spot, according to the unofficial election results. Reed was the first elected in a landslide. This was back in 2019, becoming the capital city's first black mayor. He succeeded Todd Strange. What was his name? Todd Strange?
Yeah, like this.
Who was mayor for a decade and did not seek re-election. With 40 of 41 precincts reporting Reed received 57% of the vote this year.
Why?
Unofficial results showed as of 9 p.m. Reed had received 22,830 votes.
God damn.
Oh my gosh. So
they wanted him to be elected.
This is the same motherfucker that said he didn't need the black vote to get elected, black family. Here we go.
And damn, he got elected though, right?
He didn't need the black vote. That's what he said.
Did he get elected?
Yes.
Did he get the black vote?
He said he didn't care if he got the black vote or not. You don't remember when I played this on the previous?
Yeah. So they voted him in anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, the twist and turn of events. Carry on.
These last 4 years have been a combination of the most rewarding and the most challenging in my life. But the honor of serving you and working on the behalf of this great city far outweighs any dilemma, any challenge that we have had, Reed said in a victory speech broadcast on WSFA 12 News, calling his tenure a redemptive experience. Yeah, you may say all of that, but it still don't overshadow the riverfront brawl that happened down there 2 weeks ago. That's still like the big major thing in Montgomery, and not even this election can overshadow that. I'm just saying. Reed said he will continue to improve public services and economic opportunities for Montgomery residents, including policies like guaranteed incomes, efforts that he said would need cooperation and buy-in from community members. If you're interested in the old Montgomery, that old Montgomery ain't coming back, he said. That old Montgomery is gone, never to be seen again. Reed defeated candidates Barrett Gilbreth and Marcus McNeil, two local entrepreneurs. All right, so
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
they all talk the same thing. You know how it is. Oh, crime this and crime that. And
Now came to a new shade this summer.
what can I say? When you start a country and bring it up in crime activity, it's going to always be crime activity here. So anyway, Gilbreth was a realtor investor who recently returned back to Montgomery after moving to Florida during the height of the pandemic, receiving 39% of the vote, 15,605 votes.
Is it still good?
So was pushing to hire more police. That's exactly what people don't need. You're more incompetent police on the street. We don't need that.
I don't know.
No. We don't need that. No wonder why you lost.
Was there?
How you think somebody will open it and put it right back?
Felder received 3 point.
Right. Take that first little line off.
40,200. Twenty-four. Registered voters cast ballots. Reed was elected as Montgomery County's first African American probate judge in 2012, and the youngest person to hold office. Reed's initial platform focused on increased funding for local public schools, neighborhoods, public safety, and transportation. During his tenure, Reed led the historic initiative to raise property taxes. Has helped.
It's orange, son. Orange.
Baby, it's carrot.
I don't know. She does a show.
It's carrot. It's like a carrot color, yeah.
I guess. Come on, computers.
What is it? Carrot? Is it
yeah. It's like pumpkin.
Contracts with minority-owned businesses, according to his campaign website. In 2020, Reed received the Dr. Martin Luther King Leadership Award for governmental services. He was also chosen as the New Deal leader and is part of the Bloomberg Harvard City Leader Initiative and selective program meant to help mayors address
Thank you, whoever reviewing. Oh, Shay. What's cracking, hello? Appreciate you staying up with us late. Yeah, we're going over that coon-ass mayor out of Montgomery, Stephen Reed. He said this... I have to call. They can see you. They can't see you if I scoot over. I'm blocking you up.
All right, you scoot to the other side. I can't see the screen.
I really moved the screen over.
Leave it the way what? Go ahead. Carry on.
We lost Jay. He was there. I don't know where he went.
If I be right back. Doesn't matter.
Receiving 39% of the vote, 15,605 votes.
Turn your chair.
So, you know, he was pushing to hire more police. That's exactly what people don't need. You're more incompetent police on the street. We don't need that.
Not like that.
No. We don't need that. No wonder why you lost.
Keep going.
Felder received 3.32% of the vote. McNeil 1%. Some 40,224 of the city's 138,724 registered voters cast ballots. Reed was elected as Montgomery County's first African-American probate judge in 2012 and the youngest person to hold office. He is the son of Joe Reed, the longtime leader of the Alabama Democratic Conference. Reed's initial platform focused on increased funding for local public schools, neighborhoods, public safety, and transportation. During his tenure, Reed led the historic initiative to raise property taxes, has helped bring 2,000 new jobs to the city, and has tripled the number of the city's contracts with minority-owned businesses, according to his campaign website. In 2020, Reed received the Dr. Martin Luther King Leadership Award for governmental services. He was also chosen as the New Deal leader and is part of the Bloomberg Harvard City Leader Initiative and selective program meant to help mayors address complex issues in their community. His contributors, however, have not come without controversy. Montgomery activists recently sued Reed for defamation over his comments about a series of recordings that were leaked in February. In a series of audio clips, Reed purportedly says that support from white voters is more important for his political survival and that white money is key to Montgomery's economy. In a public response, Reed said the recordings were heavily edited, which they didn't sound edited, and came from a conversation 3 years ago with a community leader amid 2020 protests against police brutality. Does it really matter if it was 3 years ago? I don't think it negates the audio because it was 3 years ago.
Right.
I'm just saying. So in a statement, Reed accused the community member, whom he did not name, of attempting to extort him. Yeah, I remember all of that. So y'all, you're going to have to let me know what you think about this video. Like I said, I think the brawl definitely overshadows even this election. But you have to tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Man. So another puppet doing the bidding of master. Oh my God, Montgomery, what the hell? Why y'all re-elect this fool? Why? You had like 3 other choices and you chose this fool. I know one of the choices said he wanted to fund the police, so that's a big no-no. But this dude, man, he straight up said he don't even need y'all vote to win, and he won. Ugh. Said he cared more about the white populace of Montgomery and their money than he do about your black vote. And some of y'all still went out and voted for his ass. Oh,
Yeah, what's that about?
We gotta do better than this.
Right.
All right, what are your thoughts, Lady Chat?
I'm with you on that. Like, what's that about? I'm with you on that. That's, I mean, if a motherfucker said you don't need my black vote, cool. I don't want to give you my black vote anyway. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to vote. I'll let the undervote take it.
And Montgomery is a majority black city. That's
Right.
what's so bad about it.
It's even worse. Like, what the fuck did you do all that other shit for if you just gonna vote for the same motherfucker that wanted to fucking penalize the chairman? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why even get into it then? If you just gonna submit and stay on the plantation. What the fuck? You know what I mean? That was pointless. And he disrespectful. And he black. He said he don't need my black vote. Well, cool. I'm gonna stick my black vote in my pocket and let the undervote take it.
Look, Montgomery is 61% black.
By the way, if you said, just say, like, so you say, like, say you were there. You say, I don't need a black vote. What you gonna do with your black vote, Jesse?
And not give it to him.
Not get to it, right? So it's like, what was the fucking point of all that other shit? You know,
So he's
like,
more concerned about 30.6% of the population.
What I'm saying is,
than he is about 61.6% of the population.
What I'm saying is, why we get all wrapped up and amped up about fucking what was going on in Montgomery, and then to go ahead and watch them give him the vote and just be content about it anyway. And now he's smug because he's like, I didn't give a damn if you gave it to me or not. I was going after the white populace or whatever.
And
I'm
that's
taking
the
their
problem.
shit.
And that's the problem with these black politicians.
And now, but it's not. That's just the politicians. The people did it.
That's these black politicians. They have that same thought process. I'm not gonna do anything for black people. Let's look at Kamala Harris. No,
But the
I'm not
people
gonna do
voted
anything
him.
specifically for black people.
Right. So he just kept it. He just kept it as true fucking feelings about shit. So we know where he is. He's still a supremacist in blackface. Period. So now, and you still give them the vote? What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's what I'm saying.
So the majority of y'all gonna be left behind when shit barely go crack it off. So, you know, I hope it's worth it. And just keep in mind, they turn that white supremacy turns on you all the time. And you would just give them the vote. Like, you're just gonna let white supremacy win. It's like, it's a cooning allowed. We're just gonna be allowed to have cooning now.
All the white vote, some of the black vote, some of the Asian vote. That's what got them in.
Yeah, a little of everything, huh?
Hold on, Jay. We're gonna go out and come back in. Yeah, that's a boss. That's a boss to ass scratcher. So if we do the math on this, yeah, he got like 20-something% of the black vote. That's if that 61% is actually registered to vote.
What you mean?
Because it's only 30% of the population is white. So that means you couldn't have won solely off the white vote. You would have had to have got some of the black vote, some of the Asian vote, the native vote don't even seem like it's 0.1%, so that really don't matter. So he got majority of the white vote and some of the black vote.
Oh, yeah. Back to this queue. Yeah, so shame on you, Montgomery. That's all I have to say about that. Like, this dude, it's bad news. He's just a puppet like so many other black politicians in this country. Okay, so I'm gonna move us on because it's getting late. The next topic is the first Republican debate. Presidential debate. Vivek or Vivek, whatever the fuck his name is, Ramen Noodles, Ramasamy, got that work, but they're trying to say that he won. I don't see how. I don't know what debate they were watching. I watched that whole damn debate, and he was getting that work. So we're gonna play some of the highlights from that. Here we go. Good old Democracy Now!
Just like you did to Obama too. Give me that there.
And opting to do a sit-down interview.
This is Democracy Now!
So an argument at the kids' table. John Nichols on the first GOP debate held without Trump and Larry Elders.
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to the first Republican presidential debate of the 2024 race. 8 candidates gathered in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for a debate hosted by Fox News. But the Republican frontrunner, Donald Trump, refused to attend, opting to do a sit-down interview with former Fox host Tucker Carlson. Later today, Trump will turn himself in at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta, Georgia, to face racketeering charges for running a criminal enterprise with 18 co-defendants to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. 9 of his co-defendants have already turned themselves in, including former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell, who peddled pro-Trump election conspiracy theories.
Trump's indictments was one of the main issues, well, one of many issues, I won't say main, raised during the debate, which saw 8 candidates on stage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, also she was the South Carolina governor, the 38-year-old biotech entrepreneur Vivek Ramasamy, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. The Republican candidates were asked about Trump's indictment during the debate by Fox News moderators Martha McCallum and Brett Baier.
We are going to take a brief moment and talk about the elephant not in the room.
Former President Trump has been indicted in 4 different states on 91 counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia at the Fulton County Jail for charges relating to the 2020 election loss.
You all signed a pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
6 of the 8 candidates raised their hand.
Yeah, the only one I didn't respect
Just hold on. So just to be clear, Governor Christie, you were kind of late to the game there, but you raised your hand?
No, I'm doing this. Look, I'm doing this.
And I know you didn't.
Whoa. No, come. What's and look, look, here's the bottom line. Someone's got
You heard him get booed.
to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States. And you know, this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Mr. Ramasamy, you raised your hand supporting.
No, I'd like to get in and respond. Let's just speak the truth, okay? President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st century. It's a fact. And honest to God, your claim that Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man. People blindly bashing Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country. They could just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong. We have to end the weaponization of justice in this country.
That was biotech entrepreneur Vivek Ramasamy at last night's Republican presidential debate. He went on to question former Vice President Mike Pence.
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment that on day one you would pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage who had the courage to actually say it. That is how we move our nation forward and turn the page forward. That's exactly right.
Will be convicted of these crimes.
You should be able to make a commitment. The same justice system that was this corrupt.
There's a difference between you and me.
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. Who can answer a question?
I've actually given pardons when I was governor of the state of Indiana. It usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So, if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I'm not...
Vice President Mike Pence went on to defend his actions on January 6, 2021.
Now look, I've made it clear. I had hoped that the issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th had not come to this, had not come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people and the American people alone. But no one's above the law. And President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to. And we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American people deserve to know that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally, power that no vice president in American history had ever exercised or taken. he asked me to put him over the Constitution. And I chose the Constitution, and I always will. I had no
Vice
right to
President Pence.
overturn the election, and Kamala Harris will have no right to overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
Former Vice President Mike Pence at Wednesday's Republican debate in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're going now to Madison, Wisconsin, where we're joined by John Nichols, the nation's national affairs correspondent. His latest piece is The Party of the Big Lie and the Even Bigger Lie. You were in Milwaukee last night, John. Talk about the significance of this first Republican primary debate without the absolute front runner, so far ahead. He leaves everyone behind him. But then what took place as people clearly did not take Trump on when asked that key question, if convicted, would you support him? 6 of the 8 candidates did. Just lay out the scene for us.
Sure, the scene is defined by Donald Trump. And I think that what happened last night was further evidence that the Republican Party has become the party of Trump. So you have 8 people on stage who all would like to be the Republican nominee. But in many senses, this was a gathering of the people who are almost certain not to be the Republican nominee. The polls in favor of Trump are overwhelming. He leads the next closest candidate, Ron DeSantis, by the better part of 40 points, and the others are generally in single digits. So what you ended up with here was a sort of surreal debate in which candidates went after one another quite aggressively. In fact, at several points, it was very chaotic. But in many senses, it was like an argument at the kids' table on Thanksgiving rather than a classic political debate. And you did see a lot of desperation on the part of these candidates to, make their name, to use this moment to get at least into the public mind as the clear alternative to Trump. What was interesting is that
Hey, it's cracking up. Thank you for staying with us, Jay. Jay says that debate was hella funny. I concur.
I concur. Yeah, it's weak.
Hey, did Shabaka wake up? Just changed his picture. Shabaka? Shabaka?
No, he's still sleeping.
Back to this crazy shit.
much time as he could, but it never quite worked, and he was often called out by other candidates. Another notable thing was that Ron DeSantis really didn't define himself very well in this debate. He tended to repeat his campaign trail punchlines and talking points, but he never really had a breakout moment. If there was a breakout moment for anybody, it might have been Nikki Haley dressing Ron DeSantis down for some of his statements on foreign policy. But at the end of the day, the reality was summed up by that question about Trump. and whether they would, support him. By and large, they said they would. In fact, in some cases, aggressively suggesting they would. And that created the sense here that these candidates are really divided into two camps. One, people who appear, in the case of Ramasamy, as an example, to be trying to be Trump's vice presidential nominee, or at least might be interested in that prospect. And then another camp that seems to be trying to make its name for a post-Trump moment, and that would be especially Christie.
Thank you.
I want to go to Asa Hutchinson, and now he is way behind in the polls, the former Arkansas governor, who is not supporting Trump. But he raised a very interesting issue that is being written about extensively by more and more conservative legal scholars. This is Hutchinson.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection. This is something that could disqualify him under our rules and under the Constitution. And so, obviously, I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony or who is disqualified under our Constitution, and that's consistent with RNC rules.
So that's former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson. There were 4,000 people in the audience. You can hear him being roundly booed. But you've written extensively about the 14th Amendment. Again, increasingly conservative legal scholars are also writing about this. Explain.
Sure. The 14th Amendment, Section 3, which is a post-Civil War section, post-Civil War amendment, it deals with people who foment insurrection, people who swear an oath to the United States and then, in a position of power, take actions that might upend the government, might in some way cause a political crisis of the sort that we saw certainly during the Civil War, and that many people believe we saw more recently with Trump's efforts to overturn the election. Certainly different actions by any measure, but yet at the end of the day, a failure to abide by an oath to follow the basic strictures of the Constitution. And the people who've been talking about 14.3 have generally been on the left. People like John Bonifaz and other constitutional lawyers who brought it up many times. But in recent months, you have seen conservative legal scholars and even some conservative activists bring this issue up. And it is a legitimate issue, a complex one, because the Constitution doesn't really lay out exactly how you enforce this standard. But the standard is that if someone swore an oath to the government, either encouraged or supported insurrection, and then seeks to return to government, that they can't do so, that they can't continue to hold an office. And there's a lot of interpretation in all sorts of ways on this. But as Asa Hutchinson pointed out, this is something that has been raised as a genuine concern as regards Trump. If he's convicted, it could become an even bigger concern, particularly if he's convicted in the Washington, D.C. case brought at the federal level by Jack Smith, or in the Georgia case, both of which talk about attempting to overturn an election.
And to be clear, it would be individual secretaries of state who could say Trump is not going to be on our state ballot?
Theoretically, that's one way to do it. And certainly that's something that the several groups, John Bonifaz's group and others, have raised as a possibility. There's also the possibility that Congress itself could take action and via resolution say that it is the determination of the Congress of the United States that Donald Trump is in violation of 14.3. I mean, there's several ways to go at this. No matter what happens, if it were to occur, if a Secretary of State were to bar Donald Trump from the ballot, you'd have a legal fight. There's very little question of that. And I think that what's significant with Asa Hutchinson bringing this up in the debate is that it brought this issue more to the forefront and I think opens up hopefully a broader discussion about the clear constitutional concerns as regards someone like Donald Trump seeking to return to the presidency.
Well, although Donald Trump, of course, who's the leading candidate, skipped the debate, he appeared instead in a pre-taped interview with former Fox News host Tucker Carlson on the social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter.
Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
There's tremendous passion and there's tremendous love. You know, January 6th was a very interesting day because it was reported properly.
You think?
I believe it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken before. And you know some of the crowds I've spoken before. And like July 4th on the mall, I think they had 1 million people there. But I think that the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was on January 6th. And people that were in that crowd, a very, very small group of people, and we said, patriot.
So stupid. The largest crowd I've spoken to, maybe, I think it's got 2.
Patriotically and peacefully and patriotically, right? Nobody ever says that. Go peacefully and patriotically.
Turned them on.
People that were in that crowd that day, very small group of people, went down there, and then there are a lot of scenarios that we can talk about, but people in that crowd said it was the most beautiful day they've ever experienced. There was love in that crowd. There was love and unity. I have never seen such spirit and such passion and such love, and I've also never seen simultaneously and from the same people such hatred
Run up in that
of what they've done to our country.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict? We seem to be moving towards something.
I don't know because I don't know what it, you know, I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination.
So, John Nichols, your response to Trump's comments to fired Fox News host Tucker Carlson, also the fact what he said, Vivek Ramasamy mimicked his line, which is he said, America is an internal sort of cold cultural civil war. Last night, he said.
Yeah. Well, I was in Madison, Wisconsin on January 6th, and so I can't attest to what Donald Trump thinks he saw, but my sense of what occurred on that day is very, very different than his, and I think that the same goes for committees that have investigated it and others. And so Trump is clearly putting his spin on this, but the most troubling thing is that he is suggesting that there is a possibility for additional violence. And that is a deeply unsettling statement by a former president, the front runner in a presidential race. And it also does, as you suggest, parallel
Remember that should look like
what some of the candidates are saying, especially Ramasamy, who has, did indeed in the debate suggest a very dark vision of America. In fact, he
hold the doors.
Explicitly rejected Ronald Reagan's Warning in America statement from back in the 1980s and argued that things are actually.
We got to guard democracy.
Pretty awful, and potentially could get worse. So you really do have a split from the Republican Party of the past to a party that is much more, for lack of a better term, combative.
Last night's debate in Milwaukee, Republican presidential candidates were also asked about the climate crisis. This was on a day when the heat in Milwaukee forced the closing of the Milwaukee schools. During the debate, Fox News played a question from Alexander Diaz, a student at Catholic University of America.
Polls consistently show that
debate.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it was unity, all right. Mm-hmm.
That shit was it. Dude, yeah, he's just, like I said, the White House got raided by white men, chased white ass Pence all around the building.
They was gonna lynch Pence.
they really were gonna lynch Pence. You know what I mean? Yeah, he just did. I don't know if it was courage, fear, or what. I can't really tell. I don't know how to feel about Pence running off.
He said he was going to uphold the Constitution. He said nobody is above the Constitution. He said that Donald the Trump as a human shit was not is not above the Constitution, and he did what he was supposed to do.
Republican Party doesn't care about climate change.
So we want to start on this with a show of hands. Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Well, look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it to start. Alexander, so do you want to raise your hand? I don't think that's the way to do. So let me just say to Alexander this. First of all, one of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it. He said, no comment. Are you kidding me? As somebody that's handled disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You've got to be there. You've got to be present. You've got to be helping people who are doing this. Here's the deal.
So is that a yes? Or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No, climate change agenda is a yes.
Let us be honest as Republicans. The only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this: the climate change agenda is a hoax. The climate change agenda is a hoax, and we have to declare. The anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate change.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid for?
Hold on. Enough. I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here. The last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, what's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here, was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur standing on stage tonight.
Give me a hug just like you did to Obama. And you'll help elect me just like you did to Obama, too. Give me that
same type of amateur.
Hold on. Governor Haley, would you like to respond? Are you bought and paid for?
To say is that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman. First of all, we do care about clean air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of, but there's a right way to do it. And the right way to do it is, first of all, yes, is climate change real? Yes, it is. But if you want to go and really change the environment, then we need to start telling China and India that they have to lower their emissions.
That was the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, who was the South Carolina governor. John Nichols, very quickly before we move on to foreign policy.
And I try to tell America what to do.
Sure. Look, we saw peak climate denial in a Republican debate, and it's kind of amazing at this late stage in history that it was A, stated, and B, even on the candidates who weren't quite as aggressive as Ramasamy, there was avoidance. And you noticed that in that clip you played, the candidates immediately tried to go off to other topics, to talk about whether they were bought and paid for, to talk about China, to talk about Russia, rather than to focus in on the issue that was raised. And I think this sums up the Republican Party at this point. The moderate position in the Republican Party is avoidance, but I think a very strong position is, a very popular position within the party is one of actual denial. And you saw a candidate on stage go full board on that, which was quite remarkable, especially on a day when literally the heat index was 114 degrees in Milwaukee.
Well, Republican candidates were also asked about the war in Ukraine. This is debate moderator Brett Baer of Fox News.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you would not support an increase of funding to Ukraine?
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous, that we are protecting against an invasion across somebody else's border when we should use those same military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border here in the United States of America. We are driving Russia further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first.
Shut up about Maui already. Why are you always bringing up fucking Chicago? Like, god damn.
Why is he bringing up Chicago? Anyway,
They always bring up Chicago. That's why.
They want to avoid the.
He tried to make it seem like he's been with the people.
They want to avoid
Southside Chicago being overran with fucking illegal immigrants. They let them sleep in the jail in the police station and everything.
They want to deflect and not talk about New York being where they don't have housing for the black immigrants, but they have plenty of housing for the fair-skinned immigrants. Yeah. You know what I mean? The light-skinned Venezuelans, they had plenty of housing for them, good housing, but they couldn't find no housing for the black immigrants that came coming all over from the boats. You saw they were like, what are we gonna do? We're now in a crisis.
Yeah.
It wasn't a crisis before when it was fucking light-skinned Venezuelans. Now it's a crisis because you got dark-skinned fucking whatever is coming. What is it? Brazilian, Dominicans, Haitians.
Everything
doesn't matter.
South
you
of
got
the border.
black coming out of the boats and sleeping outside the fucking.
Everything south of the U.S. border.
In New York. That shit was like the streets are just black. And they were like, we got a crisis, we can't afford it. Help. Fuck you, Biden administration. We need help. But when it was all Venezuela for all the months when they're kicking they bomb rushed fucking this border, right? And bomb rushed the border.
They wasn't rounding them up like cattle and
Hell
sending
nah.
them back home.
Hell
like
nah.
they did the Haitians.
Right. And now they're like, we're having a crisis, we don't know what to do because, we gave them all that smoke about Haiti.
Now Eric Adams, ooh,
we're in a crisis.
You Democrats, you did this to me.
All these
That's your party, though.
Yeah, he was like putting them up in the nice ass Roosevelt and shit. He had them in the nice ass hotels. He kicked all the homeless, all the natural homeless off the streets. Said he gonna lock them all up, put them in the hospital and shit. Because we had a light-skinned Venezuelan invasion. He was like, shit, come on in. Oh, you need jobs. Go for it. Go ahead. Roam the streets and get you a job. But when it came to black immigrants, it was like, we're in a motherfucking crisis. We can't feed them.
Yeah. He had nothing but open arms for them pale skin looking.
You sure did. You sure did. You know, plug that in. You might need to plug it in.
No, it's not the mouse. It's the computer.
Don't be bashing my mouse on the table, sir. Realize it's brand new. Oh, fuck. Why are you sitting like that?
Because I'm trying to get the computer to work. Checking me out again. We're back.
All right, great.
Lady Che was over here singing, I guess, the Jeopardy music.
No, I was on my elevator theme music. While we wait. I was like, because remember they started copying me? I was like, do 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 do.
Yeah.
Do 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 do.
Yeah, that's the Jeopardy. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Bum. That's the next one. Law and Order.
Doobie. That's the shit I do.
secure our own border instead of somebody else's.
A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel. You don't do that to friends. What you do instead is you have the backs of your...
What friends?
What in the fuck is she talking about?
She's talking about she's a Zionist and she supports Palestinians being killed every day. And we should continue to support that shit because they're our friends.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Go that back like 3 minutes. There you go. Yeah.
That's not 3 minutes.
There you go. Like, what?
Support an increase of funding to Ukraine.
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous, that we are protecting against an invasion across somebody else's border when we should use those same military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border here in the United States of America.
I agree with him on that. I did agree with him on that. I think that's the only thing I agree with.
Pretty much, yeah.
Ramen Noodles on.
Yeah, pretty much.
We are driving Russia further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive that we...
No, BRICS is the single greatest challenge we face. That's the elephant in the room. Why are you talking about? Well, let's talk about the elephant in the room. The elephant not in the room. Because that was supposed to be the symbol of... That's a symbol of the Republikkans. Of the reptilians is the elephant.
BRICS.
Yeah, professional politicians.
Oh, but you see that elephant right there? That's their symbol.
Yeah. That's why that motherfucker made that the elephant not in the room. Talking about motherfucking Trump.
Yeah.
On the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first. Secure our own border instead of somebody else's.
A win for Russia is a...
They don't give a fuck about Hawaii. They don't give a fuck about none of the Commonwealths, none of the territories, none of that. If they get hit by a natural disaster,
fuck it.
Here go toilet paper. Like Trump was shooting rolls of toilet paper and paper towel at the natives.
Yeah.
After Maria.
Yeah.
And then I guess Biden went over to Maui and did the same damn thing or something similar. Yeah.
He actually was taking it, tossing it like
a win for China. We have to...
in his head, or you just drop it off cases of toilet paper.
Either way, it's being described as the same treatment that they received in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria.
Oh, that was some shit. I remember.
Let's see this right here. Oh my God. This is the ultimate Karen right here, Black family.
I don't know, but why do they always gotta dress like garbage?
Because they have no style.
Yeah, they could be up there like that.
Know that Ukraine is the first...
Well, she wearing a
goddamn... like she wearing, look like she wearing wax paper that you wrap up cookies in.
Yeah. I was gonna say aluminum foil, but yeah.
Yeah. Bubble wrap, cuz. She look like she wearing bubble wrap. You know what I mean? Like, you just ready to start popping on they look like bubble wrap over here. But keep in mind, family, I am halfway blind. It do look like bubble wrap. Don't it like kind of shimmery?
Yeah.
Like you just take that and put it on the floor and just stomp on it.
She probably paid like $5,000 for that shit.
Yeah, that shit is garbage. Take that back.
Line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia.
Vivek. That's his name.
And she intentionally did that.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's halfway melanated.
Yeah, it was too much melanin up there. They had 2 melanated people up there. Oh,
yeah, they're like, no, we're being overran by the melanation.
They definitely couldn't have Larry the coon-ass Elders up there.
No, there were like too many. We got one black man.
Tim Scott.
And one black man in
America's not a racist country.
One white man in black man's skin and one white man in a dark brown man's skin. And we can't have Larry Elders up here. He's a combination of both.
We got the male Kamala Harris.
Right, Larry Elders, man. Jesus Christ.
No, Bird Chick is the male Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And then
I just think about Larry Elders.
Tim Scott is.
Tim Scott looked like the worst chipmunk ever. Like, goddamn. And then he keeps lifting his head up like this to talk.
Yeah.
I'm like, cuz, lower your face down to a normal, humble rate. Like, I'm tired of seeing your fucking chipmunk cheeks and shit. Horse teeth and fucking forehead, cuz.
America is
like,
not a racist country.
I refuse to go along with this program. You got
I can't even say that with a straight face back then.
What is up with his head? I'm like, throw some lotion on your face, man. Don't get afraid to throw some lotion on your face. Oh,
and I was so poor, and now I pull myself up by the bootstraps.
And you can do it too.
He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel.
Whenever they start talking about funding Israel, that is Zionism.
Yeah, I'm like, that's a slippery slope when we see it on Monday. You want all this? I'm like, nah. Whoa, no. Because you're nowhere around when black people need your help.
I was on the south side. Okay, you did a couple photo ops.
Right.
You don't do that to friends. What you do is
friends.
Yeah, they're friends of white supremacy.
Are you talking about us being friends with other countries?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretend, bitch. That's not a real thing. That's just for show. That's propaganda.
All this is propaganda.
What are you talking about, friends? No.
Oh, Dr. John Hendrick Clark, rest in power, to our master scholar. He said, we ain't got no goddamn friends.
Exactly.
You want a friend, look in the goddamn mirror.
Right. Hold yourself. Let's hold hands with each other. Jesus Christ. What are you talking about?
Wait, we're missing the link. Oh, I just sent a link. Jay said he wants to come up.
The link is in the chat now.
I sent him the link, but the computer keeps freezing up.
Oh. He raked out of his platform.
Okay, Jay, I'm going to try to bring you on.
Yeah, this one we're going to throw the link back up in there.
Check your messenger, Jay. Because I'll check your messenger. Oh, man. What the hell?
Hey, you know what's funny about that?
I think they kicked this out again.
I can't. You won't lead back.
I'm leaning like this because the computer is leaning.
You will just fix the computer and adjust yourself. Lead back.
Move. Now all the motherfuckers trying to get in on the.
Come on now, stop it.
Foundation of Black American Inventions.
Try to leak us out a whole documentary.
It won't let me on that way. God damn it. Okay, I'll put it in the chat. Okay, I'll put it in the chat. All right, now try it. Okay, well, we're waiting for Jay Millie to pop on. Finish up this stupid ass video.
Instead, as you have the backs of your friends, Ukraine is the front line of defense. Putin has said, once Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. That's a world war.
She's talking about NATO. the North Atlantic Trade Association. Started after World War II.
Yeah.
There's Jay. I'm gonna bring you on, cuz. Well, let's crack a lock in.
What's happening?
Hey.
What's going on?
Finish this stupid ass video. What do you think about this bullshit so far?
Oh, that shit was that shit was a comedy show to me.
I was cracking up too.
That shit.
They're like, yeah, that can't be serious.
No, because this is the thing. Whenever I watch a Republican debate or a Democratic debate,
yeah,
they all say the same thing and they don't even fucking realize it.
I know.
In the yellow one.
I know. I'm high as hell.
How do you know?
Because I hit it like.
Why would you hit something you don't know what's on?
Both times. I know it wasn't nothing besides weed.
How do you know?
I can tell.
How do you know that though?
I had enough vapes.
You just put anything in your mouth.
No. I've had enough vapes to know if something is laced or not.
Especially anything fucking around with me, did you?
It was. I've been burnt enough from blunts laced. I don't know.
They had this one liquid mushroom extract one time, and I put it in a weed vape, and I was fucked.
One time, because I hit some weed,
That shit
it was either a bazooka, cuz, or something wet, embalming fluids. It was something abnormal.
Damn. They done DMX'd you, huh?
Yeah,
well, I did that shit on my own. It was classy, but I was having a moment. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna feel a little bomb right now. Get that shit cough like for 30 minutes straight. All of a sudden, the room was like this. Yeah, and I passed it, and I forgot to tell him because I was high.
I should have known it was the ops that passed that shit to me.
You know that when I passed the mushroom extract, that was like, you didn't know that was that. I forgot. He's smoking a different blood.
No, you said you want me to try this, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. But that shit, motherfucker was like, oh, you want to hit this? Go ahead. Shit, I'll never do that again.
Man, I'm telling you.
That was on Super Day when that shit happened.
That probably was true. I don't know if they got to be trusted.
That's when I was staying on Capitol Hill on Poets Row.
I think said that
I had the whole block at my house, cuz. The whole block.
oh, y'all was lit.
Yeah.
Hey man, so what happened after that? After that one little show where the writer would come back up, was he okay after that?
Oh my God.
And you know, real shit, cause me and you work well together, exposing the fucking truth of fucking white supremacists.
Like I said in the chat earlier, they'll acknowledge racism and white supremacy, but it ain't them.
Of course, I like that. But you know, what's? Why do you keep saying that?
She was trying to come in here.
No, she's not.
Yes, she was.
Real shit, like
we got a little dog. Ain't a little dog.
Oh, you got a little dog? Oh, that's what's up.
It's a big dog. He says a little
She's
dog.
a rock. Ain't she a rock woman?
Pit, huh?
Or a pit? She's a pit.
You can tell by looking at it, it's a pit.
Yeah, she's a pit.
But she's super friendly, so it's all good.
Oh, what kind of pit is it?
I don't know. They keep saying it's a mix, but it's like whatever. It's a little. She's a female. She's a little small, but she's super friendly. She's all gray. All gray.
Oh, okay.
She come in here. I try to get her. I've been trying to train her to get up here on the bed with me because I've been really sick, you know. And she kind of co-mingles from all over the living room, and she could have let me know that there's somebody at the door in the back because I can't hear shit back here. There's whatever's going on up front, you know what I mean? They got a whole house full of people in the front. My sister and her children here.
I miss having a dog.
Mm-hmm. You know, like I was like, what happened to Ryan over there? When I was saying that we worked well together because he didn't even know they was over there just.
Oh, that's
like,
what I was
that
saying.
shit was
Yeah.
going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. He didn't even know that I was exposing that ass.
Because they always be like, this racism and white supremacy, bro. But I'm not like that. You know? Come on, give me one pass, bro.
I'm up here for black nationalism.
No, but hey, I want to ask y'all something though. I
don't do it on purpose.
Go ahead.
Out of everybody y'all know that's in the midst of this shit, right?
Yeah.
How many of y'all know that can have a gang of white people that's black, that can have a gang of white people that's ready to hit that front line for that black person?
None. I'm
the only one.
Yeah.
I'm the only one. See, this is what I was saying before about I'm being strategic by what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm giving the world a picture. I'm giving them a picture, but all the while they see that's why you see so many of them getting pissed off because they like, how the fuck is this fucking nigger gonna have a bunch of all white folks over there celebrating him and riding with him and everything?
The negroidosity.
Yeah.
I say the cardacity when I'm talking about that.
Yeah, but then like us, the negrosity. I mean, it's so audacious, and I'm just like, hey, look, check this out. Before we continue, let me just make it clear that we all need white boys.
Right.
We clearly are motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like when I got it with the tokenizing, I was like, it's like, no, you gotta clear what you
come on, Jay. You know I ain't like that, Jay.
And like, yeah, black friend when you replaced it with the other friend. You know what I mean? Now he's a cool black friend. Tokenizing. You know, because they don't think they doing it, Jay. They don't think that that's what that is.
They know what the hell it is.
No, they act like they don't think they know what it is. But
yeah, they act like they don't know what it is, but they know exactly what the hell it is.
Right. That's how they get away with the racist shit.
And they try, but I don't fall for the shit.
No.
Because I'm already knowing what y'all doing because sometimes they'll be like, yo, Jay Millie, why don't you come over here? Because I'm like, the hell I'm finna go do that for? Like seriously, what the hell I'm gonna go do that for? I am not your black savior. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the black person that's gonna give you a pass to get you into the black party.
Don't get out of the studio. Just stay in the studio. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not that one that's been that one.
This is bone in my body.
I just can't about basketball.
Let's go.
Oh, snap. Well, they'll be back, y'all. Yeah, I ain't never been the one to, that be. And the thing that makes it very interesting is the fact that they know what I stand on. Because I make that very clear. Very clear. Anybody, any encounters that I deal with, any type of other people, they know what it is with me. Now they can go ahead and try it and everything. Like we could be cool, we could chop it up. Hell shit. We might even be able to hang out. Shit, who knows? But as far as me being the token of the friend, of the friend, of the friend, of the friend, just so you can get next to the friend, nah, I ain't that one. Nah, not me. Oh, quick turnaround. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was my neighbor, y'all. Yeah. I am not that guy. No, no, no. But I'm an equal-minded person. I'm an equal-minded person. I don't like people. I don't just like anybody. No. Because I have learned that it's going to take a lot more than us sharing the same complexity to be cool. It's going to take more than just that. Because, we got too many of us that want to ride that choo-choo-choo train.
Thanks for holding it down.
They just want to
we got to get on the same mentality.
I was like, those are my proudest moments right there. I was going in, I was so calm. Shit, I was like, no, man, because he was really fucking with me for a little bit. I was so calm. I had to double down. I stuck on my shit. I was like, yeah. He's like, man, I'm sorry, Jared. We cool. I didn't know I was gonna come up here and have a conversation with black nationalists.
I'm not like that, bro.
No, wait, hold on though. But and the thing too, with the other one, he got all upset because the conversation was about Jews in the media.
Oh yeah. That's the one that set him off.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay, well, shit, that's the way you feel, even though that's not the conversation. But if that's the way you feel, man, bye.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody even having that conversation. And not only that, and the thing that was surprising about that was he's actually a person that I've actually had conversations with on that various topic, right? But for some reason that day he just got all up in his feelings and got out of his body and trying to, well, I'm a Jew. I'm like, first of all, you is not a Jew. A Jew is not a race. It's not an ethnicity.
They don't want to have that conversation though.
It's a religion.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not
hey,
race, but they treat it like it's a race.
Yeah, they sure do.
They don't want me to go over to my other channel and pull the video that I got over 200 views on, where it says the Jews are black people are the real Jews.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what
they don't want me to go pull that video out.
Kyrie Irving so much hell because that documentary that he just shared the link to was exactly about that.
And you remember Deshaun Jackson? He came out, spoke out on that shit too, and they gave him hell about that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And as a matter of fact, that's what inspired me to do the video in the first place.
In the first season, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I got a couple of videos. On that. I even have some of the Israelites in my comment section on that video. You know what I'm saying? Thinking that I'm an Israelite. Nah, I'm not an Israelite. No, I just know what the truth is. So that's what I'm gonna speak on.
Right, but they can't handle the truth. They don't.
Nah, they don't. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, if that's the way you feel, then goodbye. You're not gonna hurt my feelings because, like I told you, and like I told all the rest of the white folks over there, I come from the Black Power community. Even though I'm not part of that community no more, I still hold a lot of the standards and the bylaws that go from that community.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just not with the bullshit of the community. That's why I'm not part of that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But me as a black man in this country, please believe it's still RBG until the death of me.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? So I make that a point. You know what I'm saying? So nobody sit here like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you. No, you knew who I was when you got to know me. Right. Now, like I tell everybody, if you cool with that, okay, we good. If you're not cool with that, well then I just know where you stand.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
words, man. I'm like, it was just a learning lesson. You know, I take that as a, when I do these little teach, I call it teaching moments. And I was like, shit, they need to learn that that's how really what we think, you know.
So you hate your white side?
No, like I can't really say that. Like, who says that? I just say this. That, like,
remember he asked her that stupid shit.
Dude, I explained it like 15,000 times. It's like my personal experience. I can't help it that's my mother. She brought me in the world. Like I came through the vessel. What the fuck am I supposed to say? It's too late now. You know what I mean? Right. It's her. It's her that's a villain. It's her that I don't like. Her personally. You know what I mean? It's her that does the fuck shit. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, I have just bad white experiences. You know what I mean? But it's not because she's white and I hate her. No, man, she just was a villain from start to finish, and it just happens to be she's white, but she's racist. It's not that she wasn't racist, and she was more encouraging and nice and nurturing and shit. I probably would like the bride. I get sad in certain aspects when she cries. I make her cry. You know what I mean? Like, right? But that's my mama. So only I can talk about my mama, right? I could call my mama a motherfucking villain. I can feel the way I feel about my mama. But if somebody say something about my mama, they're gonna get slapped in the motherfucking mouth. Because as far as I'm concerned, that woman is still educated, sophisticated. She's managed to keep me alive for fucking God knows how many years through all these motherfucking surgeries or whatever. And so she comes when I call her. She's funny as fuck to me. You know what I mean? Greatest motherfucking story I ever read. You know, but that's my motherfucking mama. Period. I can't really say, it's all right, Jesse, you call my mama a bitch if you want to. Go ahead, yeah, you can say my mama a fucking asshole. Guys, I tell my sister, go ahead and say whatever you gonna stop her about. Fuck no. Only I would tell her that, hey man, you acting like a real asshole right now. And I'll start laughing. You know what I mean? But that's my mother.
Exactly. And that's what they don't understand. That's one of the reasons why they were so confused about Kaepernick. Like, how's Kaepernick talking this black shit, but he's all hugged up with his white mama? Because he identifies as being black, but that doesn't mean he has to, you know what I'm saying, not acknowledge that this is still his mama. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I came out
of there, and so I have a half brother that came out of there. That's our mother. We can never take that back.
Right.
And she there's all these good ass qualities that my mother has. That she was just a poor mother to me. You see what I'm saying? Doesn't mean that she's a sorry individual or a fucking shit ass woman, or she's just mean. Actually, she's very fucking polite. Got all kind of manners. She's super nice. She's just a racist, and she only shows it to me. She won't show it to everybody. Did she show you she's racist, cuz?
Nope.
So you wouldn't know until I told you, right?
Right.
So she made Jesse a motherfucking fucking quilt, a better one than mine.
Love me, J Miller.
Right? She made him a fucking quilt, right? And it was good ass fucking expensive ass motherfucking Brazilian yarn, right? And I get regular fucking Walmart yarn on my fucking crib blanket. It's not even blue. It's turquoise blue. And she know I like this blue, right? So she did it on purpose to fuck with me. But she made him one right after that. So soft, right? And like you put it up against your skin, you want to sleep with it forever. Mine, I'm like, oh man, this motherfucker itchy and shit like Walmart. And I put it up and fold it up in a box, right? This bitch, she did that on purpose, right? And so she selectively, she's racist to me, but she liked Jesse. So she gave him the best motherfucking blanket. And me and my brother been plotting on that motherfucking blanket. like, cause we break up, nigga, I would burn that motherfucking blanket to the ground. And she said, don't you do it. Cause you know I'm about repos, right? I'll repossess some shit, right? She's like, don't you do it. I'll make him another one and a pillow. I was like,
that's what she said.
Like, you rude. Like,
she said that right in front of me.
You know what I mean? So she's racist. She is racist, but she likes fucking with me. So she's nice to him. You know, she's like, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the mayor. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I'm like, excuse me? And this is why we got problems. You know, it's funny games, but for me saying I've been fucking with her for 43 years, I didn't realize I was hurting her feelings. You know what I mean? I thought this was a game we played. You know what I mean? She mean to me, I'm mean to her.
I have the kind of relationship.
She nice to me, I'm nice to her.
They have the kind of relationship my mom and my grandma had.
We combative like a motherfucker, but we got the phone. And I'm like,
and y'all, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah. No, she is nice to you, dude. She's nice to you. Man, she's like, oh, how you doing? But lately, you know, it's been something else, but she's never really swayed. Like she talked to you the other day.
Yeah, she did.
You know what I mean? She said have a good day. Mm-hmm. She said goodbye. Yeah. She said throw her out early.
What the fuck was all of that?
It's upstairs. But it's upsetting the dog, so
yeah.
Dog get upset. That's a real issue. Yeah.
It sounds like something fell or somebody fell on the ground or something.
Nah, I wish you wish.
I know, Aya. Good girl.
It's like they're throwing something down the stairs, huh?
That's what it sounds like.
Dragging, maybe they killed somebody, dragging a body down there in a suitcase.
Ain't no telling.
Lee, you can feel it on the floor, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we got 4 hours, cuz.
Man, when the T showed up and I slammed the door in their face, because they didn't know what to do, I said, the fuck you here? Profiling me for? Fuck up off my doorstep. I'm busy. You're bothering me.
Okay, let me finish.
Fuck you want to talk to me for? I didn't know what the fuck they were there for. Just this bitch talking about come out here. No.
Cack. We're cacking here.
They said we come outside. They told me to come outside. I said, for what? It's hot outside.
All right, let me finish this stupid ass video.
Trying to prevent war. Look at what Putin did today. He killed Prigozhin. When I was at the UN, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer. And you are a murderer over a American country.
So she called Vivek Ramasamy a murderer.
No, she called somebody else, whoever's Biden.
Or Donald Trump.
Biden.
Or Sleepy Joe?
Yeah, I think so.
First of all.
No, because he's defending himself. So I think he was talking about him, or she was talking about him, or somebody related to him.
Look at the distance between her and the melanated.
Oh, yeah, it was way too much melanin. And then they left out Larry Elders.
Larry Elders is mad about it. So whitey ass, crybaby ass motherfucker. He's like, I'm gonna sue them. Well, how far did that go?
So, Mr. Ramasamy, you have 30 seconds. Mr. DeSantis,
Nikki, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
No, I'm not on
And it's so funny about that is Lockheed is located here in Colorado.
He's like, go ahead, you need to be sitting on there.
Back to the matter.
And you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week,
You want
Nikki.
to go and defund Israel? You want to
Damn, Skippy, you should be defunding Israel. They're killing Palestinians like they're killing us over here.
Right. I was like, this is a slippery slope. Like that. Slippery slope. You want us to get behind your bullshit. I was like, excuse me. When the hell you gonna get behind us and our Black Holocaust?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up.
go and give you
I'm going to
credit.
address each of those right now. This is the false lies of a professional So the reality is,
you have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
and you know what? The
It
foreign policy experience that you
Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned in the territorial dispute. Not only
No, it's not a territorial dispute
President of the
either.
United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're
Our country. What country are you talking about? You talking about white America?
Right.
Okay. Look at DeSantis' ears, man. If DeSantis didn't look like a motherfucking mouse or a rat right there, I don't know what does.
Let's all remember he is the governor of the state that is taking away Black history out of the schools.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
So just think, as president, with that extra power he would have,
oh my God,
what he would do.
That's why he's the Satan. That's why we call him the Satan and the panties.
Slavery was a benefit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What benefit?
It's like they learned valuable skills during slavery.
Oh my God.
I'm like, God damn.
Oh yeah, they learned a lot.
Talking about valuable skills. What? What?
Sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people.
We can.
Shit, I don't know. Somebody had the brainiac idea to put their buoys up.
I gotta agree with that part.
And the buoys up there, though, the buoys and the barbed wire under the buoys, man.
You know, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, like, no, for real. They had to tell them, oh boy, who put the buoys up there, cut that motherfucker down. It's killing people.
They selling off parts of the wall. They're talking about they still want to build the wall.
Hey man, well, I remember when they were
Shit, they need to go ahead and build it. Finish building that motherfucker.
It don't matter. There's a will, there's a way.
They said there's people that's buying pieces of the wall and building it.
Hey, check this out. Remember when Trump was selling the brick by brick for $100 with your name on it?
Yeah.
Now they're selling it, rid of it.
They probably use the same bricks to break it to the White House, the house the slaves built.
I was like, ask Pence what he thought about it when he was over there guarding the treasure trunk.
It did look like a damn treasure trunk.
It was a treasure trunk. It was a treasure trunk
that had all the ballots in it.
Yeah, with all the votes in it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Remember, he was like, "Hold the door, hold the door," before he's trying to break the door down.
Yeah.
We gotta guard democracy. That was the best shit ever. Because the chamber, they had the cameras on in the chamber.
Yeah.
And they were like, hold the door. Hold the door. You had a motherfucking white people on the ground in the chambers, holding hands, crying and shit.
Yeah.
We're going to get through it. We got to guard democracy. We can't let them overtake us.
They had the American flag, and they had that piece of shit Confederate flag just waving all through that motherfucker.
That motherfucker was looking for Pence to lynch his ass.
Hey, by the way, I'm going to be bringing that subject back up again.
Shit.
But this time, I'm going to bring up something that I should have brought up the first time. So while they hold high in honor and praise to a flag that lost a fucking war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about
Let's talk about Miss Bessie Ross.
Yeah.
Oh,
let's do it. That's good.
Yeah. Let's see how many feathers I ruffle then.
Right.
Let's talk about the sister that they used to, that Betty Ross used to what is it called? Quilt. What is it called?
Crochet?
No.
Knit.
The first
one. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you gotta heat them motherfuckers right up. That little pale face is gonna turn red and be mad all of a sudden. How dare you?
I guarantee you. You go into any one of these white supremacists' house.
Audacity for them.
Yeah, audacity.
They will have 3 flags up. As a matter of fact, most of them won't even have the current American flag up. They will have the Confederate flag up, and they will have the Betsy Ross flag up.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be a hot topic.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait for that one. But let me finish.
Yeah, motherfuckers want to keep bringing the shit up. Okay, well then, let's go there.
Who are being killed because what we're not handling vote.
Education is free in this bitch.
Straight up.
Damn, it froze again. What are you smoking on, Jay?
Weed.
Oh, some Gary Payton.
Declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force. And
oh, Lord, that means more fucking police.
Yeah.
We're going to leave them stone cold.
I don't know why they're going to.
So that was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Dropping it in this fucking city.
Nikki Haley and also Vivek Ramasamy. John Nichols, your response.
Motherfuckers, after we've included it, we don't put it there. We're going to get you to get it.
It was a remarkable exchange. You could write books about that. Just those few.
Oh, they got knocked out again, y'all. You know, I forgot what.
They just out of nowhere kicked me out the studio. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh yeah.
Fourth week. It's been like over a month of this bullshit. They've been fucking with our streams.
I'm surprised they let my show go up the other day and stay up. I was shadow banned for a good long minute.
They got Front Line Blacc News, the YouTube channel, shadow banned right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I shadow banned on the RPA for like almost a month.
That's fucked up.
I'm surprised they let the last show stay up on the RVA because I was giving them that light work. And I got like a whole thing, but I was just letting it play. And then I got another one coming up for tomorrow. And I was like, well, I might as well get it done because Tuesday I'll know if I'm on the ballot or not. So
Tuesday's the day?
Yeah. Tuesday's the day, yeah. Tuesday's the day. It's kind of not slow dragging, but we're not. It's kind of like right on time because the way I explained it, the way I've been explaining it to my family is that I did all this on the slide. So right on the last week of the petitions, I would make my dramatic appearance, right? So it did. They put an article out, and the article was good.
It's on Newsbreak. Jay, are you subscribed to Newsbreak?
Oh no, I'm not.
But he can still read it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I put an article out, and so it got nothing but like
I tagged them. I think I tagged you on it.
Like
I tagged
40
like a gang of people in it.
When Jesse told me about it, I sent the article to him. I read the article and I just kept it pushing. Jesse told me there's like 40 negative comments. Yeah. And they were all hate. Okay.
Mm-hmm. They shook.
They was fucking mad. They were like, go home, get out of Aurora. I was like, I've been living here, been down there my whole motherfucking life. What you talking about?
I told one of them,
the city.
Jay, I told one of them to go back to the Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
Right. So then fucking I was like, man, it just kept getting worse and worse. There's like 60 fucking comments or 50 comments, all hate. 10 of them all Jesse.
I got some more comments to respond to.
And I just said thank you. And I said, who knew? Because I was like this, shoulder shrug. I was like, who knew this little article would expose so much hate?
The majority of them comments, the people didn't even live in Aurora.
So much hate. I was like, well, damn. And I shook my shoulders, and then I gave the yawning emoji. Like I was so bored. I was like, man, this wasn't unusual. Then the next day, the police show up at my door.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, and I slammed the door in their face too.
Because there's a consent decree against the APD.
I said, "Cuz, what are you doing here?"
Elijah McClain and other police brutality murders.
Yeah, they show up at my door and shit. Trying to fuck with me, talking about come outside. No, sir. Can we? No, sir.
Come inside.
Fuck you want? Why the fuck you here?
You ain't got no warrant. You got a warrant?
Why are you profiling me? I was like, why are you profiling me? What do we got to profile you for? Come on now, do your own like where you know why you're here, but I don't care. I close the door. Well, I was all good in here. And I was thinking like, what the fuck? Like, I already knew the police were like stalking my building.
That was a checkup call.
Yeah, but still, they want to make sure they saw me.
Oh, she's really for real.
Yeah, they want to make sure they physically saw me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I slammed it. I hope they physically saw the door. I slammed that motherfucker out and walked off. I was like, don't answer the door no more, baby. He said, I walked off and grabbed it. I just kept it pushing to my room again. That was in the midst of a Zoom meeting. I was like, little girls coming, the police are here. I said, what the fuck? Are they in the house? No. All right, let me go check. I was like, I'll be fucked if they're not.
Right. All right, it's like a minute left to play.
Yeah, that shit was crazy though. I was like,
the extent to which
I call you trash in the car when I'm driving by you, and I say you motherfuckers is trash.
Well, they was rolling up on her.
Yeah.
When I was running, talking about ain't no nigga gonna be the mayor of this city.
Yeah.
Wow, they was going at it like that.
They hate me for real. I was like, God, man, I had the prettiest picture up. I'm looking at it like, how you gonna read this good shit? Look
So
at this
I'm mentioning the article, Jay. So all the hate I was getting been transferred over to Lady Che, I guess, on this side.
But it's so bad. It's not that I guess. There was like a lot of hate right there. And I was just like stunned for a little bit. I was like,
one was like, oh Lord, Jessica LaShawn Paris is supporting this candidate. Like, yeah, damn, skipping. And they misspelled my name. I'm like, if you're gonna mention me, at least spell my name right.
Right. They know what they was doing with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Motherfuckers making jokes and shit, talking about just a whole bunch of shit. I can't even remember. I just was reading it, skimmed it.
We don't need you. We don't want you. Your policies is what's effed up, Denver.
I was like, are you fucking? They blamed me for the whole homeless thing. Like, damn, they're blaming me for the whole homeless thing. And I was like, if that's the case, why that motherfucking white ass Johnston steal our whole shit and been working our fucking policy since? If that's the case,
he's been having issues implementing it.
What? Evidently not.
He ain't been implementing it like he wants to. He talking about he gonna house 1,000 people by the end of the year. Yeah, right.
All right. I kind of want to rain on this parade, but I was like, nah, I'm just gonna let this continue to happen.
The council giving them pushback, especially Purple Rain.
Oh yeah, and I cussed her out too. I was like, you got a real bad case of NIMBYism.
I had actually gave her a round of applause. She was going at Cole Chandler, who's the House and Czar, and the mayor. She's like, I don't think there's a concrete plan here. How are you going to implement any of this? And no, you're not putting this in my district.
It's because you stole it. I gave her the NIMBYism speech, but it's because you stole the plan. No wonder you can't implement it because you don't have the whole plan.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't want to talk to motherfuckers, so fuck you too. Do what you do.
They all co-opted our plan.
Right.
He's just the one that they let in.
Right.
Because remember out of nowhere, Jay. Oh God, I don't even want to bring his name up. I'm just gonna refer to him as the nemesis. He jumped in, and then all these other people jumped in. It was like 20-some people running.
Right.
Yep, that's all by design. But I came up, I did like the old swoop up. Man, I waited till the ballots came out, and then the last week of the ballots, which is this week, I had to make sure I let the article fly, right? After the article flew, then I would sit back, and so I got everything a plan, right? So it looked like well, damn, because it's not like I'm not like Jesse. Jesse had name recognition, and people know who he is. He has special clout. I'm just for the street. I got different clout, you know? So I was like, whatever. So I was in there like this, like I was like, shit, this is bad. Like for a second, and then I'm like, could you hate a motherfucker this much?
I'm the most hated in Denver. So.
Like the most hated. Like right out the gate, they didn't give this much to motherfucking. Fuck about Aurora. Like you can't tell me to leave Aurora
because they see me at those damn debates and forums and shit. They already know where the fuck I stand. Anything associated with me, that's black first. So they already that's defund, abolish, and punish the police first.
You know what?
Did they look
You
at
know
me?
what? I've thought about the whole political field as it's pertaining
Kick us out.
to
Jay, I gotta go out and come back in.
oh, okay. Wait for them to come on back. I was putting some like heavy thought into this, like some ain't right about this picture. So when it comes to the political field and it comes to our Black people, the problem is the damn church.
Oh, big time.
Oh, big time.
Oh, God. Where do you
know
think
what
they
I'm
have
saying?
all these forums and debates and town halls and all these community meetings? Like we got one on Tuesday. They're gonna have it outside the city and county building, which is ironically built like a church. If you ever seen it, if you ever been to Denver, you've seen it, the city and county building across the street from Civic Center Park.
Okay.
And that motherfucker has cells in it.
Woo.
And if I'm not mistaken, it has a pathway, an underground tunnel to the city jail.
Oh, snap.
There's a lot of tunnels over here in the city of Denver. I go all the way through, like,
it's a lot of conspiracy around the Mile High Income City.
And none of that, but we're talking about the
especially
airport.
the airport.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they just had a conference or something about that too.
Yeah.
They just dishing out little pieces of disclosure.
Yeah.
On the shit.
There's a lot of tunnels everywhere around the city. If you go to the city, you know that the history of the city is like, it's littered by white
and if
supremacy.
anybody knows the history of Denver, it is us.
It's us. So these motherfuckers are like talking shit, and I'm thinking about it like, well, damn. I mean, can you just let the article fly a little bit before you just hate on a bitch so much? They hate me like they hate me.
I told her. I told her what to expect before even everything went down.
Shit.
I gave you the rundown.
But goddamn, man, like you think as like a girl that don't bother nobody, you think that this motherfucker was like enemy of the state. I was like,
they're like, oh no, not them two.
Yeah, they're like, oh, no, not them two. And I was like, shit, I've been doing my own thing about this campaign for a minute, so I haven't really said too much except here and there. Most of the time, I'm talking shit about other stuff that happens in Denver. And then I shook up a lot.
And that's the thing. They don't want a political figure to tell the truth.
No. And one person did say that. They said, well, yeah, we need somebody from the streets. We need somebody from the bottom. They know what's going on.
And that's why I brought up the church, because the church is supposed to be grassroots, right?
Supposed to be until George Bush Jr. They got weapons of mass destruction over in Iraq. Him and didn't do nothing for the Katrina refugees, which were predominantly Black, that died in the Superdome after Hurricane Katrina and Kanye.
Yeah. And ironically, it happens the same time the whole war is going on.
Oh yeah, so he passed this faith-based initiative money where, oh, you can't talk about that revolutionary stuff no more. You got to get on this. We gonna kumbaya and we all gonna get along and we just gonna go along and get along.
Right.
So that shut them up. The revolution is sparked or held. It's out on the streets, and that's what we represent. And that is a major threat to this whole global system of racism, white supremacy. Like that has to go. Like the only ism that matters is racism, because you can be Black and have as much money as you want, and they will not let you buy these media outlets such as Paramount told what's his name, Brian Allen, and other black billionaire.
Oh, they can't stand Brian Allen.
Yeah, I can't stand him either. But he got outlets. Oh, Tyler Perry.
Oh yeah.
They said they wanted $3 billion. 2 wasn't enough. They wanted. So I guess him and Byron put in a bill a piece, and that wasn't enough for Paramount to give up BET. So
yeah,
one of these days we got to do a show on the black tax. How much money? Yeah,
oh man,
DJ has been saying that. But yeah, one of these days soon we need to do a show on that because
the interest rate on the black tax is fucking ridiculous.
Trillion, yeah, it's definitely $1 trillion business to keep blind, deaf, and dumb and focus on shit.
Yeah.
And distracted like a mother. Easily entertained.
I'm very easily entertained, but I'm entertained for the right reasons, I think. Because I find it amusing that they always try to slip us with the okie doke, the fucking bamboozle. There's a hoodwink afoot. You know what I mean? Like
there's a hoodwink and a bamboozle afoot.
Yeah. I just can't figure it out. Well, you should not listen it.
Right.
There's a real fucking bamboozle about to happen. And don't close your eyes, family. Take the shit off your eyes. You can see it right there. Use your black eyes.
Oh, ignorance is a choice now. You ignorant now, and the age of information is a choice.
Facts.
Everything is literally at your fingertips. You got AI doing your work for you now. Chat GPT and other shit. It ain't just that, but
hey, don't camp on the
I'm not crumbing bumming on it. I'm acknowledging it.
Yeah, tell you like, look, man, you talking about motherfucker that use Chat GPT for fucking religiously because I got grammatical and spelling errors and I forgot how to spell certain words and can't form fucking shit right. You know what I mean? So it's helpful. Right. It's helpful in that only in that aspect is for using it as like grammatical shit. But like you'll see us on our show,
they're not
and
Jesse will pull for up those reasons.
No, hold on a second. Hold on, Jesse. You'll see us on the show, and Jesse will pull up a like when we were talking about Magoo, right? Last week. And he's pulling up like.
Did we ever find out what happened to her?
No, hold on, say Jesse. And so we fucking and you'll see that they'll use AI to do the journalism now, like to do something like. And Magoo, but you'll hear the roboticness or the eerie fucking the sounds of them giving a report. It's like, where the fuck are the people doing their own work? Like, I don't give a fuck if you're a new podcaster, new creator, but why the fuck you gotta have a robot sounding voice is clearly fucking like this the way they form certain words. It's like grocery. It's like you just giving it up. So you're not even trying to fight for us to have our own creativity, and you'll see us or you can hear that we're not robots or clones, right? In our voices, but then you hear that they're making videos with dead people, rapping and shit.
Right.
Right. Tupac had a video. He has like 3 out right now.
You remember Bernie's Day Off or Weekend with Bernie's?
Yeah. That is really weird. And so the whole time that he was playing these videos for us to react to figure out, what happened with Magoo. It's all AI, right? And it's not his fault, but it's nobody's fault because we got to click on it, right? And figure it out ourselves. So it's like, I'm like, this is an AI journalist. I don't want to hear AI journalist. Go to celeb source or media hip hop or hip hop, whatever.
They've been they've been copywriting us shit.
Urban politics. Somebody is real people, at least versus the generated commentary.
Jay, you know what they're hitting us hard about?
What's that?
That goddamn jab.
Yeah. Still, they took. I think
we on our second strike, cause
what?
Yeah. behind that shit. I'm like, oh, in 2021 you said this, and then you play the video, and it's like, how is anything that I just said or Chase said?
Whatever. It's not gonna stop nothing. Really.
Well, monkey don't stop no show.
Right. It's like we. You just keep striking. I can't get.
They'll be back in a second, y'all. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Magoo, that was a surprise right there.
Appreciate you holding it down, cause I'm.
Magoo, that was for sure. That was a surprise right there. But hey, to answer your question though.
Yeah, do you think
from what I heard, Magoo got shot.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah.
But I didn't really trust that source that I heard it from.
Yeah, every source he touched was just AI. It wasn't even his fault.
Mm-hmm.
Or a clickbait. You know what I mean?
There was a lot of clickbait.
And I was like, God damn, dude, like, does anybody know anything? Can we hear a real journalist? Or while, even us, I'll call us journalists too. Shit, we over there.
Yeah, we're the hood journalists.
we hood journalism. You know what I mean? Just hood detective and fucking couch detectives.
We literally report the hood news.
We sit there fucking swivel chairs and
there's certain politics we do not discuss on camera, and rightfully so. That goes against principle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then we over there sitting in swivel chairs, smoking weed, talking shit. Like these are journalistic skill sets that they should have everywhere.
All right, so let me finish this bullshit up.
Yeah, because we gotta shut it down here. Like,
this is Democracy Now. Democracy Now.
I like Democracy Now, Jesse.
I do too. I don't like the Young Turks though. I can't stand the fucking Young Turks.
No. I like the Doctor, and I like Nina.
Anything associated with the Young Turks.
I exactly with Scott.
First of all,
they used to get mad because I was playing a new black media in that house. They was mad. That shit drove them nuts. They right next door, cuz, and it's like, Black Power this, Black Empowerment that.
God damn it.
When is he ever gonna
turn that goddamn Black Power shit off?
Why doesn't he listen to anything
But they
else?
can't say it because they know it'd be racist.
I don't have the balls to say it. Shit.
Mr. Ramasamy,
Oh, you don't know a crocodile until you live with them.
No, I don't.
Ooh.
Hey, that's another thing, Ryan. I ain't lived with my mama, never really. She stayed when we was little. She bumped the fuck out when I was 8. So I see her. She was in and out for like literally in and out the house for like 30 minutes, and she was gone. Or when I went in the system,
my
I saw her for 45 minutes, and she was gone.
The ones I thought was super, super cool and down, ain't as down as I thought they was. They tore it down and support of other shit.
I knew it from jump. Man. You can tell me shit about it.
And a lot of people, I don't want to have no white
I
friends.
had very few, if any, white friends.
Yeah, it's like I don't have no white friends, man. They corny.
All my friends growing up
Corny as
were
well.
BIPOCians, Black Indigenous people of color.
I'm like, oh God, did you use the broad and ambiguous term? Cause
I had Black teachers.
did you just use a broad and ambiguous term?
Yeah, that's what they call us now, BIPOCians.
That's what he said.
I don't say that shit.
You just said that.
I only said it to make a point.
No, we don't do that
Because
here.
a lot of people don't even know what the
You
fuck
see,
that
looking
is.
at Jesse like,
People be like,
I'm
what
looking
the
at
fuck?
Jesse like he done committed a
I
multiple
posted that
infraction in my
about the
house.
sister that got caught up in the mugshot with Trump and the rest of the crew. And I said, who is this BIPOC?
We didn't use a broad and ambiguous term.
And Bugs was like, what are you talking about? What
It's
is
not
that?
funny. You know it's not even funny. It's like Colorado now they're just BIPOCs and BIPOCians is like the fucking
That's
it's
that
like
white
another
liberal
ism,
shit.
but an N. And I was like, cuz come on now. I was like, I'm looking at Jesse right now with the look on my face like, did you just commit an infraction in my house, cuz? I use broad and ambiguous term sets in here. Black and white. We don't do that. I look at Jesse like he's a fucking.
I didn't even
Jesse,
say
look
and.
I'm looking at him like, God damn.
There was no and in nothing that I said.
This is just said it right
I said Black Indigenous people of color.
I'm like,
There was
I'm
no
looking at him
and.
like, I look at him like, it's still not acceptable.
I didn't say
No,
black and
sir.
brown. I didn't say none of that
I'm
shit.
gonna roll that track back because like, there's right here.
There was a time when we were
At
well,
4
I
hours
was
and
on
82 seconds,
black and
you
brown.
said it right here.
As soon as I heard the new black media, I was off of that shit. Like, ain't no black and brown.
Man, I was looking at Jesse right now like he committed the worst sin ever.
Because you only brown, because you think you can stick around, and you want to assimilate with the oppressor. Your coconut.
Not only that, but a whole lot of them is finding out who they really is.
But they don't want to face that fact. They're products of rape. They rape those Black Indigenous women.
Oh, yeah, don't get me started on it.
30 seconds, Mr. Dissent.
Nikki, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
You know, I'm not on
but
the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon, and you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week,
You want
Nikki.
to go and defund Israel? You want to
Okay,
give
let me address
Taiwan to
that. I'm
China?
glad you brought that up.
You want to go and give
I'm
Ukraine
going to address
Russia?
each of those. This is there we have
Under
it.
your watch,
So the
you will
reality
make
is,
America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
and you know what?
It
There's
shows.
Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned in the territorial dispute. Not only
No, it's not a territorial dispute
President of the
either.
United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people
We can do
who are
both
being
at the
killed
same
because well, we're
time.
not handling both. And so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead.
So that was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Before that, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and also Vivek Ramasamy. John Nichols, your response.
Taxes, and he owes
It was a remarkable exchange. You could write books about that. Just those few minutes there, and in doing so, get a pretty good insight to where the Republican Party is. You clearly saw the America First position that Donald Trump obviously articulated in many cases as president, but even taken to greater extremes by Ramasamy and to a lesser extent by DeSantis. But what was fascinating in that exchange was the extent to which Nikki Haley really emerged as, I think, one of the most effective communicators on the stage and one of the most aggressive communicators. She's nowhere near the others in the polls. She's got a long way to go, but she's clearly doing a better job, frankly, than some of the other candidates who are attempting to distinguish themselves in putting herself out there. And you saw the crowd's reaction to her. But what was fascinating was the extent to which Ramasamy refused to back down. In fact, he actually, as you noted in that clip, suggested that Haley was really trying out for a place on the board of some defense contractor. It was a very aggressive hit, and one that I think was notable because it gets to, I think, a lot of the deep divisions within the Republican Party about foreign policy. I wish that the moderators had really played this out a little more and given more time to a deeper investigation of this. And I think it's especially notable that DeSantis was desperately trying to get into the discussion, but came in not with particularly deep insights, but just a repetition of talking points about the border.
John Nichols, I want to thank you for being with us, the nation's top affairs correspondent. We'll link to your latest piece, The Party of the Big Lie and the Even Bigger Lie. This is all on the eve of President Trump turning himself in. That does it for our show. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Shea. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on that, Shay?
Shit, I mean, some of the stuff I agree with, but the majority of that shit.
I'm gotta go out and come back in. Oh, so. I might be gone. No, I gotta go out and come back in.
Okay. One moment, folks.
Okay, you're back.
Yeah, that shit was mostly comedy, but some of the shit I agree with, like the border shit.
Yeah,
that's I'm heavy on that shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying because
too. That's what they were so mad about. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about immigration. Like, yes, the fuck we do. They talking about the unhoused don't want to go to the shelters. They can't go to the shelters. They full of fucking illegal immigrants.
I can't even get to the doctor because I literally have to wait a whole month.
Because I went to Metro Caring, which is like the major food pantry out here in Denver. It was nothing but illegal immigrants in there.
I couldn't even go to the clinic.
They get first dibs on everything.
Like I can't get
everything.
I got a serious.
They ain't even citizens. How is that possible?
I got a serious emergency, like a serious thing that needs to handle. I gotta wait a whole month because they made all the appointments.
Yeah.
So whatever's happening with me, I gotta pray that I live long enough.
It was like that at the Social Security office too. It's like every office I go to because there's a number of fucking immigrants.
Oh, hey y'all! I'm gonna have to jump off. My phone is about to die.
Yeah, we gotta close it out anyway.
Sticking with us. We gotta close it out anyway.
Thank you, cuz.
All right, y'all. See y'all next time.
Okay.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
See.
Okay, cool. All right.
All right. Thank y'all for tuning in.
Yes.
To this episode of Front Line Blacc News, season 2, 3. We on 3 now. Yeah, season 3, episode 21 of the Front Line Blacc News, part 1. There's gonna be a part 2 tomorrow. We still had topics we didn't get to, and the topics were Larry Elders being excluded from what we just watched. The black boy or black child age 10 arrested for urinating. Quantavious, I believe is his name.
Yeah.
Outside his mom's car after being told by the police officer he could relieve himself. In the Unhoused Neighbor News and the Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps. Lady Che, do you have any updates you would like to hit the people with before we close out the show?
No.
Since you are in full campaign mode.
No. I feel like nope. That's right. I'm right on time. I'm right on my scheduled strategic plan, and it wasn't for everybody to know what the fuck I was doing because we watched how it went down the last time, and so I chose to do things a little differently. And I don't give a damn. You're not gonna get me to conform. That's something that I've watched for a good almost 20 decades. 20
You're not gonna
or
toe the
2 decades.
line.
Yeah,
You're
it's
not
like
gonna
2
toe the
decades.
line.
Nah, I'm not a line tower at all. I don't follow. If she don't even answer to my own mama, man. You think I would fucking toe the line? But I think that's what
I don't think you're gonna toe the line. They want you.
they want me to toe the line, or they would like me to. No, and the fact that they got so upset right out the gate is only a positive thing when you look at it from the revolutionary.
That's just how
point of
shook
view.
they are, Black family. They are
Right?
shook.
They were right upset, so rightfully so. That when Jesse told me, I had to clap myself on the back because I didn't read about it until later on that day, like hours and hours and hours later. However, I was like, shit, for real? I was like, I hugged myself. You know what I mean? I was like, that's a rip. Go ahead and get mad. Go ahead, because that means that I'm serious. That now that when I called in the first time to City Council, they laughed at me. They've been laughing at me. But you could pretty much laugh at me as much as you want. I would find the instrumental of fucking You Can Hate Me Now, fucking with my Nas. But find that instrumental. It's good.
Nas and the Brave Hearts.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that motherfucker on my commercial as my background, and I have a whole dialogue with that. But yeah, I'm making a little commercial. So after Tuesday, then we'll know for sure. And I'm on a structured strategic plan. So I'm right on time, family, for this shakeup, this Aurora shakeup. You know what I mean? And they need that. I mean, my thing is like, I was talking to I did an interview. I was talking to somebody earlier in the weekend, and I told him, I said, man, I don't care who's running. I'm not studying them. I'm running my own race at my own pace, and I'm running against me. You know what I mean? Yeah, I made that too. Jesse fixed it though, because I could get the sizing right. That's a handmade Brandy Marie Majors flyer. Doesn't it kind of look like a handmade Brandy Marie Majors flyer? I just didn't know how to make it. Remember when I first put yours out there, and yours had the blue and the blue and the blue.
Yeah.
It was a blue in the summertime at the Black Arts Festival.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm a really sick family, but you don't see me often anymore with makeup on, and first of all, that right there, that's not my hair. So let's keep that one under. That's not my real hair. I was wearing a protective style called a wig. And I was like, I looked good though. I was like, let me put this up there because eventually I'll start deflating again, and I won't be bruising up as much as I was. So I'll get back to it. It's gonna be all right. I got everything planned out just the way I want it, so I'm right on time. The shakeup is right on time, and you would see fear and worry across my face, but all you see really is confidence. I know I'm gonna get on the ballot, and I know I could take this fucking chair. And you need me on the city council, especially our people need me here. And it doesn't take much to really tell them. All they got to do is walk outside and see why they need me. You know what I mean?
Right,
Take a
so
cruise
there
down
it
the street.
is. Vote for Brandy Marie Majors for Aurora City Council at large.
Shit, if you in Aurora, go ahead and come.
Aurora.
You in Aurora, go ahead and figure out how to get a hold of me. I left the shit out there. I didn't figure out how to get a hold of me, and you can swing by and sign a petition if you want to. But either way, we don't been hitting the streets hard and heavy today. So, got 2 more days. I think I'm almost close to the quota. So, I ain't tripping. Yeah, I ain't tripping. So, stay black, stay dangerous, stay empowered, and don't forget, I'm bringing black back to sexy. Bringing sexy black here. There is bringing sexy back. Yeah. Sexy black.
Yes, Justin Timberlake.
Fuck ass Justin Timberlake.
Timberflake.
Timberflakes. Have a bowl of Timberflakes. All right then. Peace. See you guys tomorrow for part 2. Shabaka's on Tuesdays and Fridays, and mine is definitely coming tomorrow.
And also make sure y'all tune in to part 2.
Yeah.
Tomorrow or today, later on today.
It's exciting.
And the RBA.
Unhoused neighbor news is gonna go hard too.
Oh my God. Super hard.
Super hard.
So stay black, stay dangerous, stay empowered. Shout out to Jay Millie. Appreciate you, Cuzzo, for coming on the show and holding it down. Also, of course, our general, our
West Coast correspondent.
Shabaka Corey, always a pleasure.
Yeah.
And thanks for holding it down.
And the snoring is a soothing mechanism.
Yeah.